We got One Piece, chapter 1147 this week, titled What We're Afraid Of. And I'm going to admit it. What I'm afraid of is Raizo. And he made an appearance this chapter in the cover page. Sad day. How do you feel about Raizo? He's now the daimyo of Udon, which, that's a good title. Hopefully that means that we're going to see him more. Though.
But like, daimyo of Udon, doesn't that just mean like, do we know of towns in? I thought Udon is like all barren, and then they have the prisons.
Yeah, but like they just built the castle in Udon again, so he oversees all the slaves, which I mean, it's good. Like I said, it's a nice way to write him out of the flower capital, and I'm all about that. The less we see of Raizo, the better.
Yeah, I guess so. He was a legendary one though, you know,
the
like
legendary ninja.
I think. Well, not that, but like the reveal that, you know, Neko and Inu were lying to Jack, like there's no ninja here, there's no whatever, and then they were like, no, we had him, we lost an arm, we lost a leg, and it was all for you, Raizo. And then it revealed that this was the guy, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
that moment kind of transcended his appearance. I feel like his appearance was so silly, but like, it was like, damn, he's dope. And then he immediately stopped being dope. Like, once he started doing shit.
Yeah, like this, the chapter he met him, he did the neen, and then he like put the scroll in the mouth. It's like, okay. All right, now this is getting a little bit silly. But yeah, he did deliver like one of the best moments. Well, he didn't even deliver it. It was the Minx. Can we really attribute that to Raizo?
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking like
the Minx were the ones who got tortured. I mean, Raizo was just sitting in a cave or sitting in the tree.
I'm thinking like because like Raizo's a ninja, so immediately you know where my brain goes. It goes to Naruto. So I'm trying to think of like an example. It's like, you know, the fourth Hokage, he sacrificed it for a son he didn't even know, you know, and it's like, damn, he's dope for that, right? Oh wait, no, but we're talking about like Raizo would be Naruto in that analogy.
Yeah,
so
it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work.
Yeah. Like, okay, okay. So the fourth Hokage saves his baby, right?
Okay.
And then he flash forwards to the future and sees his son, and his son is Raizo. Do you think he's happy that he sacrificed himself?
If that was Minato and I saw Raizo just years later with Kurama, I'd be like, okay, this is. What did I die for, man?
I should.
Why did I do this?
No, I think that was a good analogy in the sense of like I get, because like they were friends.
I like how you gas up your own analogy. You know, that was great. Now I think about my own analogy. That was A1.
No, I meant because it makes it sound like it makes it make sense, but like Neko and Inu are friends with Raizo, so it's a little bit different, right? Like if your friend was this goofy, it doesn't matter. He's still your friend, right? Wait, would you sacrifice me?
You're not goofy, Par.
Not like Raizo goofy.
If you looked like Raizo, talked like Raizo, acted like Raizo, I'm gonna admit it, Par. I might have to consider this one. And then plus, like, we have to erase all of our history together and replace it with Raizo moments. I think I just keep on going. Like, Raizo's in the tree, so guys. He's over there.
Like Neko and Inu,
go get him.
Sacrificed themselves and almost their nation for Raizo. Like, that's crazy.
Well, not just for Raizo, but for the Kozuki clan.
Yeah, what did Raizo have to do with the Kozuki clan, bro?
He's one of Odin's. What are you talking about?
Odin's dead. Like,
yeah, but like, you know, Raizo, it's part of that memory.
Okay, no, but okay, see, like the difference here for me would be like if Raizo was like Shirahoshi level, right? Raizo at the end of the day, like other people could have done what he did. I mean, Caribou almost did most of what. Without Caribou, Raizo would have failed in Udon.
I mean, sure, but what I'm saying is that like for Raizo, like, and the reason why the Minx sacrifice is because of the Kozuki promise, you know, and the history they have with them. Like, they were not thinking about Raizo's potential.
Yeah, but they sacrificed others. They left half of them in the past. It's not like they're indispensable.
I mean, they kind of are. I mean, I wouldn't see it that way, but they are though, right? They are indispensable. They're all like close Nakama. They're all retainers of Odin, the Kozuki clan. Like, you got to keep them alive. Like, if it was Ashura Doji, they'd do the same thing.
You're saying it's not about the Nakama part. You're saying it's not because they're friends. It's because of the promise to the Kozuki to keep. The
it's all the above.
Right?
It's all the above.
Okay. So another example, right? There's two ways I could do this one. Okay, Sasuke is like is telling
Naruto.
telling Naruto, like, I gotta save my brother. I gotta go save, like, I gotta go get him back, or I gotta go beat him, right? And then, like, he's my brother, or some shit like that, right? And then you find out Itachi's Raizo. It's just like the end goal, and then you just put in Raizo there. Like, imagine a world where, like, the Leaf Village, like the Genin, they didn't know Sasuke. And Naruto Team 7, they're like, oh, we need to go retrieve Sasuke from Orochimaru. And then they all, like, what's his face? Choji, he dies. Like, he actually dies. Like, not like how the series actually went. Because I think the series was supposed to have him just, like, actually die. But point is, they save him. Naruto gets Sasuke, but Sasuke is Raizo. Do you think the rest of the village would be upset if he comes back? Like, mean.
Yeah.
Like, he's just like a...
I think a little bit.
Do you think that they would kill him?
No.
Like Neji.
No.
Neji's like, you serious, bro? You sacrificed Choji for this thing?
They wouldn't kill him. But they'd be like, why? Like, is there like some potential here we don't see?
Yeah. Do you think that they would replace Naruto's bullying, like the way they bullied Naruto? Do you think that Raizo would become the new target of the bullying? No. Damn.
You just really want to bully kids, you know? But I'm not about that.
Yeah. I'm about bullying kids. Let's bully them.
Shout outs. You got to quote that one right there. Just put on a shirt.
Yeah. Bully kids more, bro.
2025. So, I got to ask now.
Yeah.
Now that we've seen everybody's favorite character, Raizo, who do you think we're going to see next? And also, what do you think about Old Team Page 1? We don't see them here anywhere. Instead, the only hint of a Tobi Roppa member we get in this chapter is, I guess, like a samurai fodder background character holding who's mask. You see that?
Yeah, I didn't realize a samurai person. You're right. That's the only way it makes sense. It's one of Raizo's dudes.
Yeah,
it's one of Raizo's dudes.
Like, and
do you think that they knew about this place and they just kept quiet
because they
didn't take responsibility?
They didn't know about this place. No.
Is that worse that they didn't know that, like, a giant tower with the face of like a villain is just like there?
I mean, it's pretty embarrassing. I mean, especially since this is his region, you know? If this was like over like in Ringo, I'd be like, oh, of course Raizo doesn't know. Like, it's Ringo. He lives in Udon. But this is like literally his backyard. Like, how would you feel if you looked outside in your backyard and you never notice that somebody is now camping on your land? They've squatted so long, they have squatters' rights. Like, that'd be a little embarrassing.
But they're also like one of the most renowned criminals in like your entire region.
Yeah, and not to mention they have like a whole slave trade going on back there because he's been kidnapping the women.
Yeah, I think you'd have to like, because then you're like harboring a criminal, right? Like, you get charged for that.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're just Raizo and you're just, you know, it's one of those things. Your expectations for a Raizo type character, they go down a little bit. So we give Raizo a pass for this one.
Do you think who pays taxes?
No.
To Udon? Because that might be a reason why Raizo like overlooked. Like, damn, he's bringing in good money. I just saw a clip where I found out that like apparently canonically Joker pays like 250 million in taxes.
Oh, that's a lot of money. I mean, like, at that point, I don't know. The tax collector should have doxed him, right? Like, hey, this looks really sus. I mean, the guy doesn't have a first name, last name, no social. He just listed as the Joker. Maybe we should look into that.
Yeah, the clip was essentially like, yo, Joker was like, bro, did I pay my taxes? You don't mess with the IRS. Like,
oh, I've seen that clip. Yeah, he said something like, yeah, don't mess with the IRS. They're scarier than me, guys.
Yeah. And he said, I think they said like 250 mil. I was like, the fuck? Now I know why Batman keeps him he's paying good money to the city.
Yeah,
Like,
no wonder why we just throw him in Arkham. We
yeah,
can't
because
lose this guy.
yeah, like until we found out that Joker and Batman are both multi-billionaires, like trust fund kids. Like, except no, but Joker, we know his backstory. He made it. He's rags to riches right there. That's crazy.
Yeah, he's doing good for himself. Man.
Damn. I didn't even clock that. That's crazy. Because he was literally a clown, got dumped in a vat of chemicals, and now apparently pays 250 in taxes. He doesn't even dodge it.
He
good
takes
citizen,
it, man.
Right?
He takes it on the chin. I mean, it's like one of those. It's like Wreck-It Ralph. Like, I may be a bad guy, but at least I pay my taxes. It's like that, you know. I respect it.
Yeah. Do you think the IRS asked Marvel or DC to put that in?
Yeah, it seems like one of those Dare ads. Like, hey, can you make people pay their taxes more? Can you just like have Batman or Joker saying it?
Yeah. Even you don't want to be that bad of a criminal that you're worse than the Joker.
I think there is like a DC I mean, you could say spin-off. There's like 1,000 of them. But there's a point in time where like a DC character sees Hitler and they're like, at least I'm not that bad. Or something like they go back in time and they see Hitler and the Nazis and they're like, whoa, like I wouldn't do that though. I forgot who did it. Hopefully there's somebody out there who knows what I'm talking about, but yeah, it was kind of silly.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
It's
just freaking goofy. But
that's a good meme.
Now that we got Rizzo though, I gotta ask, do you think Ulti and Page 1 joined Yamato? Or do you think there's a chance that Rizzo came to pick up Ulti and Page 1? Like imagine the next cover page, it's Ulti, Page 1, and Who's Who in a cage. And he's wheeling him back to Udon prison.
I don't know. I feel like it's just they're just gonna join. I don't know. I'm also at the point where it doesn't matter in between. They're gonna join.
Yeah.
They get the Yamato child treatment where they're put in a cage, starved a little bit, just to know how it feels to be Yamato. You know?
Yeah, Stockholm him into like.
Do we know Ulti Page 1's age? We do, right?
I think we do. I think they're like mid-20s.
They're younger
right?
than Yamato, right?
I think so.
Yamato's 28. If they're younger, they'll be.
Yeah, they're younger.
That'd make more sense.
22.
It'd be crazy if they were just old enough to participate in Yamato's like torture as a child. Like Yamato was actively tortured by like 10-year-old Ulti Page 1, and like the tables have turned now. You know, like that would be crazy.
Ooh, yeah, Yamato locks them in a cave.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
Damn. Yeah. Oh, they're in a cave, and then they have Kaido's journal.
Kaido's journal, huh?
Yeah, of Rock's, and that's how we find out about Rock's. Wait, which journal? I guess Odin's journal or Kaido's journal? Which one would you rather have? Because,
I'd rather have
I guess Odin's
journal, but Odin's journal kind of sucks because it's missing the last couple of pages where they talk about Laugh Tale.
Yeah, true.
Which is still one of the main reasons why I think Yamato is going to go to Laugh Tale, just to get the ending of the book.
Yeah, she needs the next drop. She's been waiting.
Yeah, I mean that's like a Straw Hat dream right there, right? Like, oh, like I want to complete Odin's book. I want to see like what he left out, because that whole book is her life.
Oh, yeah.
I mean that's why she wants to be Odin. So like it would be odd if she doesn't want to complete the Odin journey and just see what the hell is at Laugh Tale. Mm-hmm. So I think when people bring that up, it's still a valid argument for like why Yamato should join or at least follow the Straw Hats. It is. It's not bad.
No, I like his. I wanted you to say it, verbatim, because you try to sneak it in there. Your agenda, like that's a Straw Hat dream, and then you're just like, hey, I was like, just say it, Sai. Say what your agenda was.
It's quite literally up there with like all the other Straw Hat dreams. Like, oh, I want to do this, I want to do that, and you have to travel the entire world to finish that one, right? Mm-hmm. It's like, I mean, Yamato, you could argue the same thing. Yeah, like incomplete book. That's her whole life. Boom, just finish it up, dude. You got 99% of the trophies. Get to 100. Get that platinum.
Yeah. Which Toby Ropo do we have? So it's Who's Who, Page One,
We're missing Black Maria and
Drake's
Sasaki.
off.
If that's what you're wondering.
So do you think we're gonna cross their paths?
I hope so.
In this cover story?
I like them. Sasaki was kind of a goober. I think Sasaki was the nicest Toby Ropo. He was like the most neutral one.
Normal.
Yeah, he was very normal. He even really liked
seemed
Drake.
like he was there for like
he got tricked.
9 to 5. He seemed, yeah. He had coworkers. You know, he was like, "Damn, bro, I thought we had something."
Yeah,
and then he got tied to a stump outside. Like,
yeah, I like Sasaki. So hopefully we see him next.
Yeah.
I think Black Maria might be a shoo-in as well. I don't know. Like, where would they be right now? Like, I still like the theory that they're trying to fish Kaido out of the water, or they're with Jack the Drought.
I think with Black Maria, it'd be cool if Oda just, I mean, it's too much to do in a cover story, but gave her like the stereotypical lady spider of like many faces lore. Like she's just like in the mountain and like kids are going missing or some shit. Like, you know what I mean?
No, we can't do the
like,
missing plotline again.
Yeah, and it's
we're not doing the missing people plotline again for like 50 chapters, and then it's like, oh, by the way, it's Who's Who. Like, no.
But we don't know how Who's Who did it. It might be that he was getting it from Black Maria.
I mean, maybe.
And he just bought.
But I think the easiest assumption is that Who's gang did it for him.
Yeah. Which that's kind of impressive too, because like the way it was said, like they were just going missing, and it's like Who's henchmen are pretty competent then, right? Like because earlier on we're like, damn, like Inuyarashi is like the daimyo of Curry, and it's like who's strong enough to do it underneath the nose of a dog, you know? Like he couldn't sniff this one out, and it just turns out to be, yeah, it was a cat, but not just the cat, it was the henchman. Damn. You know, because surely Who's Who wasn't personally going out and doing all of that. I mean,
you're
right?
not really seeing the bigger picture, Par. It's not just a henchman. It's a henchman under Who's Who. They had Who's guidance.
Right. Yeah.
And that goes a long way.
Henchman that can put up more of a resistance to Yamato than Who's Who himself.
It's like G8, one of your favorite arcs out there. Right? Like, what would they be without Captain John? It's like, you know, Who's crew are like the Espada, but what are they without Aizen? Oh, you love Naruto. You love Naruto. Like it's like Kabuto, but who is Kabuto without Orochimaru?
Wait, Kabuto is kind of cracked without Orochimaru.
Yeah,
too.
Afterwards, but in the beginning, come on. And then plus Orochimaru shaped that personality. Like that's how Who's crew feels. In comparison to Who's Who. Who's Who is the mastermind. Like, what if Who's Who, we get like his true epithet, like his true name, and he's the strategist D. Who.
What the strategist D. Who?
Yeah.
That was how you probably. Oh man.
Oh, who?
You've been waiting for this moment.
D. strategist.
You've been holding this onto this one for. This is like the creme of the crop for Sai. Wow, this is amazing.
I can't
believe you actually revealed this. This is like strategist D. Who, and the alternative is Who D. strategist.
You do know? Okay, wait, guys. I actually got this idea from Par's video. So if you go on his channel, he has a video that just talks all about strategist D. Who, and now he's trying to flip it to where I'm the one who created this theory because he doesn't like it anymore.
That's crazy because I don't even think I have a video on Who's Who. I don't think I've mentioned Who's Who in a single one of my. Nah, I definitely had to have because we got the Nika thing from Who's Who. God damn it. Why did Oda give it to him? I remember when there was a time when in the cover story, we were like, oh my God, the Nika mural and Who's Who was the guy who revealed it. And like, there's going to be something that lines up and it's nope, he gets clocked and he gets dropped and we don't see him anymore. We see Top Knot guy holding his mask. Dope.
You know what?
Wait, do you think that's his mask?
I don't know, because like all of his crew has the same mask, so it could be Who's Who, and we could see him unmasked soon, like a Scooby-Doo villain.
Because that'd be villainous.
Or it could just be like somebody. Hey, if I was a prison guard or like a citizen of Wano, I'd rip his mask off and piss in it.
Yeah, but like that's like you can't take off Batman's mask. You can't
If
there's some
Batman was
characters
a
that just
serial killer stealing your women and wives and daughters, yes, I'm ripping off his
serial
mask.
killer.
Who's a monster?
When did he become a serial killer though? That seems like an added charge, Your Honor.
When did he become a serial killer? He just kidnaps women and kills people. he just worked with Kaido and enslaved everybody.
He killed 0 people. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but there's no deaths on who's who.
From what we know. You gotta remember, he was a world government assassin. He was part of CP9.
And they imprisoned him for being so bad. Like, and they wanted him dead. Like,
so maybe he wasn't good at his job.
Yeah, this is so funny.
Yeah, we'll get
there's
his,
no part of.
Yeah, it's like a continuation to your theory. We get his second epithet. He's the CP9 agent who's never killed anybody.
Yeah, CP9 plus 1.
The bloodless
CP10.
agent is what they call him. I remember that theory.
Damn, Oda could make a CP10. Would you bat an eyelash if we got revealed CP10?
I would think it's kind of stupid. Because I mean, CP9 is supposed to be secretive. CP0 is supposed to be secretive. But I mean, everybody and their mom knows about them. So like, if there's a CP10, that'd be just goofy.
Yeah. CP10 would be the Revs unit. It was what I was gonna say, but
the Revs unit,
like the cipher pole that's in the Revs. But then that wouldn't make sense either, because like they didn't find the hideout, the headquarters, like till Blackbeard found it.
Yeah. That's tough, man.
Yeah. But I was just thinking, like, because the who's mask, if that was, because he had that mask in the flashback. So, like, right? He had the mask in the flashback? No, wait, did he? Or did he just have a hat? I'm forgetting now.
No, he had a.
In his, like, eyes.
He had the mask.
Yeah. So that's why I was like, because I thought he had the mask. So I was like,
oh, wait, no, he didn't. I think he had hair. Wait, yeah. I thought he had curly hair.
He
had curly hair that covered his face.
And he had the horns still, though.
He still had the horns, yeah.
Yeah. I was like, wait, the mask would be crazy for him to have during CP9 times. Like,
you know what's funny? Like, imagine we see who's who again, and like your theory says, like, he drops the fact that he's always been ready for this. Like, yep, I'm the mastermind. I'm the one who told Luffy about Nika. I told Jinbei about him. It's all according to plan.
Oh yeah. Like bro, this is exactly.
He's
like
the Captain Kuro of the New World.
Yeah. No, straight up. I was gonna say this is like that friend of mine that I mentioned before about the nuggets. He's like, oh, I planned all of this. I was dropping nuggets here, nuggets there.
Yeah,
and
like,
I was planning to get taken down by Yamato.
Shout outs to people who foreshadow in real life. My goats. So we go on to the chapter. And we see that Saul, at the beginning of his battle against Saint Somers, he tells Robin and Chopper to stay hidden, which I think is a nice addition. I've talked about this before, but like last week, it felt a little bit weird that at the very end of the battle, he's like, guys, stay hidden. It's like, okay, you should have said that in the beginning. Like, does that mean that they were cowering in your beard the entire time? It just was odd. So Oda clarified. He cleared all of that up right here. But he does add in that he has seen Somers before. He's a Holy Knight. And that they are immortal. You can't beat them. So, where did Saul see Somers?
No idea. I mean, even in the hypothetical that I said, like not hypothetical, the possibility where I was just like, okay, Saul knows about the God Knights, and he knows that he can't beat them. So that's why Robin and Chopper were hiding. We talked about that last week. In that version of events, I didn't think that Saul knew that they were immortal. Because like that, I feel like that's beyond rumor. The way I feel like it's being said, it's like he has like validation.
Like he's seen it firsthand.
Like he's seen it firsthand, or he has like irrefutable evidence. Like the only, I guess, like the step down from it is like you could maybe say like, oh, Garp said that, and like Garp said that they're immortal and he can't beat them. So Saul just like, if Garp can't beat them, I can't beat them. And if Garp is saying that they're immortal, but the thing is, I don't even I feel like like if these words were coming out of Garp, I feel like that would be crazy. Like Garp like saying they're immortal, I can't beat them. You know what I mean? Like I feel like that's not something Garp would say. That's not something like Luffy would say. Like, oh, that's a weird ability. I don't know if like those, like, you know, when Enel's like, I'm immortal, I'm all powerful, Luffy's like, no, you're just a loser. You know, like that's the type of shit that they would say. Or like if Garp comes back from God Valley, even if he like knows that the strong, like he wouldn't like respect them, because he doesn't respect them. He doesn't respect celestial dragons, and he's not going to be like, oh my god, they're so all powerful and immortal and I can't beat them. So like there's so many ways you can spin it, but like Saul saying this, like it's crazy from another angle too, because that would mean that Saul has seen the God Knights in a state where they were hurt. You know what I mean? And it's like kind of weird, because like who can reasonably like,
yeah, like why
I guess like when that yeah, but
unless
then
they're just
but
flexing
now
like
I'm thinking
Gunko.
like yeah, Gunko is probably the counter where they're like arrogant with that ability and they could just show like, but like I don't know if I would look at like Usopp shooting somebody and be like, oh my god, they're immortal now.
I mean, if
like,
they regenerate from 0, I'd be like, yeah, they're immortal.
Yeah,
it's not like Gunko took damage and she was like, ooh, that hurt. No, she literally just like blew up, half her body was missing and it just came back. So it's like, yeah, that's what Frieza wanted back in Namek.
I'm trying to think of like, you know, if we were to experience it, right, would you sooner believe that they were immortal, or it was just like some kind of ability? Like Katakuri, he's not like immortal, but he could do that too, technically. Like he could show up with half his body there and then he'll just mochi up. You know what I mean? Like technically, he could just like morph it down.
I think the problem is that for Katakuri, you can explain it like, oh, it's his mochi powers. But for Gunko, you can't say, oh, it's her arrow powers, as she's like materializing back, you know, without any arrows visible.
Someone did though. Remember, someone said like, "Oh, what if the arrow like has like the fate that she just remember?" Someone super chatted that.
Yeah, somebody's
and we were both like,
that.
Yeah, we're like,
like if that was the case, then, you know, we would have seen arrows, or, you know, Oda would have put arrows there to make you know that that's what's happening. But
yeah,
we didn't get it, man.
Yeah,
we didn't get it.
Yeah. So like, you know, with Gunko doing that kind of shows that at minimum, like Saul has seen them in combat.
Yeah,
you know, so like, where would that be? Like, would we add them to the God Valley cast? No, like we don't need to necessarily.
The thing is,
cleansing events.
We don't have, like you said, we don't have to put everything on God Valley, because they do that often, right? Like they do the rabbit hunting tournament pretty often, so we could just like make up a place, like I don't know, Low Down Hoedown Village.
Exactly, the Hidden Leaf Village, like anything.
Are you on a Naruto possible. Kick? And this is like the third or fourth time you brought up Naruto in one day.
It's because the chapter opened up with the rise of the greatest ninja
I
of the
think
One Piece
before
world.
we started recording, you also talked about Naruto as well.
No, wait, no, we talked about Bleach.
Oh yeah, okay. Par is just really in his big 3 phase right now. You know, in 2025, Par is finally witnessing the glory of the big 3. Soon, guys, Par's going to talk about Neon Genesis Evangelion. What's next?
We talked about
Gurren Lagann?
We talked about Solo Leveling last week. What do you mean?
You're going back in time.
Samurai Champloo's goated. Wait, I mean, we're old. Like we're almost like 40. You know,
we're not that old. How dare you? So
how dare
the thing is with Saul, I do believe this is firsthand information. It doesn't sound like secondhand Garp information, like you said. He definitely saw him firsthand, which is kind of fun. Because now we get to play around with like all these different ideas, like, oh, like when did he meet him? Where did he meet him? Will we even get this information in the first place? Because Oda could very much just throw this in an SBS, like, oh, by the way, Saul saw Sommers like, you know, at this place, and that was it. This happened, cool.
I think the only you know, obviously the Holy Knights aren't present in most of the known story in terms of timeline. But we can tie them to the cleansing events. But the only like issue with the cleansing events is that the God Valley one is the only one that reasonably, I get like, kind of makes sense that there was resistance, right? Because most of the time the cleansing event is just God Knights versus slaves. And so it's not like we look at like minus Rocks, minus Roger, minus Garp. it's not like we look at God Valley and think like Ivankov, Kuma, and whatever, like
Force
they're not
regen on
putting
them.
up enough of. Yeah, they're not forcing that. It'd be crazy if we saw a version where Kuma forced Saturn to regenerate as a child.
Maybe not Saturn,
right?
but like what if they do a Gunko thing? Like if I was immortal Par, and I had that ability, and I saw a little kid trying to fight back against slavery, I'd be like, hit me, pick up that sword, kid, try to hit me. And then I like taste despair, like, so everything they do to me, I want them to know that it's futile. Like maybe it's that thing, like, oh, Kuma,
damn, that's dark.
Kuma, you want to get away? You think you can beat me and live? Hit me with your best shot. Use your devil fruit, use your newfound powers, pick up a sword, stab me in the heart, cut my head off. You'll learn what true despair is.
Yeah. Saturn did do something, like, he took. The thing is, like, I hate bringing up Saturn example because he did it in, like, Gunko did it in an agreeable way, right? Saturn was just like it when he said, like, you think I'm afraid of an insect's blade or something like that, it almost felt like desperate, like he need to explain himself, like, and then
it's like getting
later
hit,
on,
and then you're like, I could dodge if I could, or if I wanted to.
Yeah, it's like it's like, because like Gunko, we know she can dodge. With Saturn, it's like, I mean, you got plowed through like 16 buildings, bro, and then like you got up and said, I meant to do that, and then like, I don't know, but Gunko, it's different, right? With Saturn, it's like
for Gunko, it's respectable when
saying,
she gets like knocked back, like you said. But imagine, so Usopp hit her with a Skullgrass bomb, and she was in the same spot, right? She tanked it because obviously, like, she's not going anywhere. But if there was an attack that would have sent Gunko flying across Elbaph, why did you tank it? Tanking Usopp, sure, because you're not moving, but don't tank a Kuma punch that sends you across the damn island.
And like, wasn't Saturn, I might be misremembering, but didn't he look like disheveled too? Like, wasn't he like a little bloodied a little bit or something?
He was disheveled.
Yeah, so that's the other part where it's like Gunko regenerated, like you said, standing in the same spot. There was no damage
reaction
present.
even.
That was, and she just kept monologuing. That's how
it was
you
like
do it.
she got hit in mid sentence. She kept on going.
Yeah.
Did not affect her.
That's the way. If Saturn did anything like that, then we could respect it a little bit more.
100%.
At the time. but it was the opposite. And like Gunko would probably be looking at Saturn as like, can you dodge? Like,
that's just how it is.
God.
Like that is why, like, how Gunko has been portrayed with that regeneration compared to Saturn is so different. That's why I don't agree with the whole like regeneration being bad. It's like, no, regeneration's cool. Mm-hmm. It's a scary ability. It just has to be portrayed well and in a menacing way. And Gunko's doing that. I think we haven't seen Somers or Killing him regenerate yet, but the way Saul makes it sound is that they all can regenerate, which obviously that's pretty par for the course. And I've seen a lot of people, I'm not trying to call anybody out, but like I've seen a lot of people downplaying the Saul thing. Because I talked about like, hey guys, like, it's crazy that Saul knows this, and people are like, oh no, Saul, like, Garp is a thing, he was a VA, and it's like, okay, sure, I get it. That is where I'm at as well. Like, Saul knows this information because of his history and because he's old, but not every VA knows about the God Knights and regeneration, though, right? And then plus, like, he said he saw Somers before, like he's seen this guy specifically. How often do the God Knights mobilize to where you have this information, to where you see them? Because, like, for us, the only instance we know of is God Valley. For every other Marine, like if we were to ask another VA, Smoker, Momonga, Doberman, like, not even Doberman on Egghead, like, the VAs on Egghead, they don't even know about the God Knights. Like, they've never mentioned it. They haven't seen them there. And then plus, whenever the God Knights do mobilize, or the Gorsi mobilize, it's for a big event. Like, they're not moving to just, collect tribute. So the fact that Saul has seen a God Knight before, that must mean that something big must have happened in the past that we just don't know about. Or it could have just been another rabbit hunting tournament, which is also still big. So that's why I put a lot of hype on the Saul knowledge here, because the implications are they could be massive. Or it could be an SBS thing.
Yeah.
Which is still
I mean,
big.
I think, like you said, that they I feel like maybe the God Knights do collect tribute because we haven't really seen that per se yet.
Yeah.
That would be an interesting spot to insert them and increase like the awareness of them, because like that would be an interesting spot to put them, because then the layman's person who witnesses them, it's not a big deal. They're not in a combat state. It's not like, oh, those are God Knights. Like they could do it low key, right? It's just like a celestial dragon. Why would you need to know the difference, right? Unless you're like, why do they look a little bit different than the other celestial dragons, right? Like you could do that, but it would put them in a situation where like a Kyros, for example, maybe if they were paying celestial heavenly tribute, like he had witnessed Sommers before, but he might not have seen the combat part, right? Like that's where it's interesting. And you know, I agree with you to a certain extent of like the hype around it, because last week when I brought this up, the immortal part was not in the purview of like what kind of knowledge the VA would have. I don't think that all the VAs will know. Like it would be where I would kind of be confused, it'd be like with the VAs on Egghead, if they were like, wait, why? Like if they knew about the Holy Knights, right?
Yeah,
they would have been like, wait, why aren't they here? Instead of the Gorosei, you know, because like they're like, what? We skipped the whole unit. Like where's Sommers? Where's the, like if they have like the normal knowledge of them, I think it would be questionable. Like, wait, why are the Gorosei
imagine
here? Why
how
aren't the combatants
disrespectful that would be, though. Like we got Kizaru, Rob-Lucci, and Saturn on an island, and the first thing they say is, where's Garling?
Well, no, like when all the other
Gorosei,
when the Gorosei come and then they start getting beat, like it's like, damn, like where, if we brought, because the thing is like bringing the Gorosei feels like the equivalent of like a nuke level, like audible, right?
Yeah,
and it's like before the nuke. Why not bring, like, it's like the head states. This is like bringing, if all the presidents of like Russia, China, if all of them were like also like Goku strong, right? Reasonably, we'd bring out like the Piccolos first, right? But if we just brought out Goku at the front, then it's like, all right, then none of the other characters matter. That's how the Gorosei is like sort of felt short of, like, we don't know if the Holy Knights are like combatively regarded above or below. We don't really get that yet, but like if the VAs have the common knowledge, they might be like, wait a second, like shouldn't we have brought these guys out? Like, let me
translate what Par said into English.
Okay, yeah, let's see it. Let's hear it. Let's hear the translation.
All right, guys.
This feels like when back in the day we had it from the Japanese from Thai to then Chinese to then English.
Yeah,
this is what's about to happen.
So what Par is trying to say is, why would Vladimir Putin fight you in a 1v1 when he has 10 of the strongest Russian bodybuilders right beside him?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why send the Gorosei and not the Holy Knights? Which I do wonder, like, because I think this stance that I've taken right now is that the Gorosei, I imagine the world government as a Grey's Anatomy cadaver. Well, maybe not cadaver, but like, but just like a body, right? The Gorosei are the brain. They might even be the eyes.
Yes.
But the Holy Knights are the arms.
What the fuck, bro? No, pause. You can't be. They might even be the eyes. And pull your hair back as you say eyes. Look at the camera. What the fuck?
No. It was in the way. It was in the way. I wasn't on purpose.
What am I supposed to do now?
Okay, how about this? The Gorosei are like Derek Shepherd. But you didn't get consulted by Bailey first, right? Like it's just like, what's going on here? Like why are we going straight to the top?
And we now know that they can just force teleport anybody they choose. Gunko literally just like Sommers had he was half naked and he's like, what? They literally could have done that. And what would Sommers do if the Gorosei summoned them? They wouldn't be pissed. They'd be like, all right,
that's the thing,
time
right?
to roll out.
Why summon the Gorosei, like the 4 other boys, and not just the Holy Knights? Like this is their job. Maybe it goes back to what we were talking about earlier, like friendship, right? Like Raizo and the Scabbards and the Minx friendship. I think that's what it is. And I mean, your favorite anime, Naruto, also does this a lot, right? With friendship. But maybe he just wanted to whip out his best friends for the mission. right? Like Naruto, when he went to go retrieve Sasuke, he wasn't bringing the heaviest hitters. I mean, he didn't bring Kakashi or Might Guy. You know, he brought Choji.
Well, that's because they couldn't.
He brought Neji. He brought Shikamaru.
Well, they couldn't bring out all of the fucking Jonin for retrieving one Genin in the middle of like their village.
He wasn't just any Genin though. It was the last of the Uchiha, you know. So
yeah, but they hated the Uchihas as an organization, didn't they?
Well, yeah,
like,
but they didn't hate Sasuke though. It's different.
They were just like, oh, Sasuke's not like Itachi level.
Yeah.
They just couldn't touch Sasuke because Itachi was like the boogeyman. It's like, you better keep him good or I'm going to come and then all the Jonin were just like, yo, that's Itachi, bro. That's crazy. He killed his entire family.
It's funny because like we brought up Naruto, I think a while back, like I think 4 or 5 podcasts back ago. And somebody commented, they're like, I hate it when you guys talk about Naruto. And that's how I read the comment, just in an aggressive tone, like, I hate it when you guys bring up Naruto. This is One Piece. I was like, whoa. They coexist,
my exact
guys.
reaction was
you're just laughing. I mean, you are the number 1 Naruto glazer. You know, if you were in the Naruto world, you'd be who would you be? I feel like you'd be from like the Sand Village.
Whoa, why did you say it like that?
You seem like one of those Sand Village people, Par.
No way, you just said you see one of those sand people, bro.
What's wrong with that? Wait, no, you do.
Don't double down.
Yeah, wait, what's wrong with that? I like the Sand Village, man. I mean, you got Gaara, Kankuro, Tamari, like you got some heavy hitters there.
Bro, I don't even know. Isn't the Sand Village like unironically supposed to be the white people? Like they were all
I don't
like,
really associate race with villages, but you do you, Par. You're the Naruto
I
expert.
mean, you said you seem like one of those. You didn't even put emphasis like on. You put it on sand, like but like no, I'm saying because like what's it called? The Hidden Leaf Village seemed more like Asian coded, but then like the Sand Village seemed. Funny enough though, because like Gaara's dad was like super Asian, like in terms
his
of
dad was super Asian, bro.
Yeah, but like they felt more like they had like an oligarch type of setup. Like it was interesting.
Ooh.
But Tamari's literally a blonde. Oh no, Ino is also blonde, but she seemed Asian.
There's blondes
too.
in every Naruto village. I was about to say this though, Par. Like, you know, bringing it back to One Piece, you seem like one of those people from Torino Kingdom, bro.
Torino Kingdom?
Not in a bad way. Not in a bad way. I don't want that to be taken in a bad way. But yeah, you remind me of like one of those Toriko Kingdom guys, man.
Wait, Toriko Kingdom?
Torino. Sorry.
Did you have to look it up?
No.
Are you looking at the? Okay. No. But I don't have tattoos. I think you would fit there better.
No, I mean, I think
they're one with you.
When I thought of Torino Kingdom,
full body tatted.
I mainly thought of like their knowledge in medicine. By the way.
Do they have did they have knowledge of medicine? I thought Chopper was just like, wait, this library has a insane knowledge of medicine, but like, did they know that?
Yeah, I mean, surely
like,
they're the ones who wrote the books.
Did they write the books?
I'm assuming so.
I don't remember the I think the villages were smart, but like they were also like weird. Like the weird part of that village is ironically it connects to the moon. They had the same weapons as like the space pirates. They had like the mecha spears that like shot the tip, and the shape of it was the same as the moon, the space pirate dog thing. So that was like super random.
And they also have what's it called? They had like one more. Oh yeah. The tree is called the treasure tree too.
Yeah, and the rock birds live there.
Yeah. So there's a lot of interesting things about that island, just like you.
Yeah. I mean, hey, listen, Ohara has lots of books, but I don't know if they have the books from Torino. That library cannot, like, even in the manga, I'm pretty sure, because I brought it up in a video a long time ago, my Chopper video. That library is huge. It's like, and the tree is like the Jewel Tree Atom size. It's massive. So it's
Huh.
crazy. Honestly, like bringing this up is like Chopper is like Usopp without the lore. You know, like Usopp's lore is all packed into Yasopp being a red-haired pirate. Like, oh my god, like he is this crazy whatever, and like we expect Elbaph or whatever. But like the disappointment of Usopp, now you give it to Chopper, but then Chopper has like insane like there's so much that like ties in. For example, I've been thinking about this. Like, what would Kureha say if she saw Gunko regenerate, right? Like, because her, like, the whole thing that Chopper learned is like, there's no medicine to cure everything. There's no cure all then existence. And then you see Gunko. Then Saul says, like, when Saul says they're immortal, Chopper should be like, how do I turn that into a pill? You know, like, how do I extract that? Like, what do you mean immortal? That doesn't make
Let's
sense.
capture Gunko and experiment.
Yeah, no, straight up. Like, if I was a Vegapunk, that's
Dude, yeah, it'd be a prerogative. Which I will admit, I kind of think. Have you watched Frieren?
No.
Damn, I was about to say.
Characters look like, I think.
Like
their white hair,
yeah,
and then the purple hair is okay.
I was just gonna mention, like, we should have had like a Frieren, like Robin should have been Frieren-esque, where instead of just like learning history, Robin also goes around like taking books and getting all that knowledge. Like imagine Robin goes to Torino Kingdom and she destroys the island and takes all their books because she wants to create a mega library in Elbaph. Like, that'd be fun.
Did they do that in Frieren? Just go around taking things and then just burn down the source?
Frieren doesn't exactly do that, but you know, I'm just saying, like, it would be kind of cool, right? Like imagine if the Straw Hats had a devil fruit collector. And they're like, oh, yeah, you know, I don't want to eat them. I just want them for my collection. And then they go around like, you know, like we had a Straw Hat going around like stabbing people, taking devil fruits like Blackbeard. That'd be fun.
Oh, like Carmelo. Stabbing. I heard the stabbing people.
That's crazy. Good reference. Good reference. So going on with the chapter, Saul definitely goes down. He's in the thorns, unconscious. And I got to ask, Par, is Saul going to get back up and fight one more time, or is he down for the count until the God Knights are dealt with? Personally, I kind of hope Chopper just heals him up and then we get more lore from him. Like, oh, like, this is what I think might beat the God Knights. Like, maybe he hits us with some, you know, some wise words.
I would like it if Chopper pivoted from being a doctor to a pharmacist. I love corner drugstore Chopper way more than Dr. Chopper, because like the Beppo thing where it's like he's handing him a bag of pills and then gives him like crack cocaine steroids, and then Beppo becomes like 100 times stronger than his base. Imagine he's like, Chopper's is like, he becomes Walter White, and he's just like, I got something good for you, Saul. Yeah. And then he gets Saul's, and Saul just like becomes like Loki level, like his ancient giant blood awakens, his orange beard starts coming on fire, some shit. Like, that would be cool.
So you want Caesar?
Obviously that's. I mean, like, Chopper's less than Caesar. That's crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
I get you.
Yeah. So, do I think he's gonna get up and fight? I could see it, like, just because, like, it's like a father-daughter, like, you know, like, I feel like he sees Robin fight. He might not let that, like, rock solo for too long. Like, he'll probably wait.
Yeah, like what if Robin's about to like land a finishing blow, the guy's about to dodge, and then Saul like holds their leg down or something, like the classic shonen stereotype.
I could see something like that where like Saul comes in later. Like, the thing is, I think this is also like a what's the right word? Vindictive? No, like this moment is a character developing moment, because O'Hara was Saul sacrificing his life to let Robin continue on her path, and now 20 years later, like, he tried to do the same thing, and I think a lot of us were like, wait, Robin and Chopper like they're cracked. like I honestly think they could probably put up a better fight than Saul, but Saul doesn't know that, and Saul still sees like child Robin, like this is the Robin he knows. Robin literally changed her haircut to remind Saul of who like she was, but the reality is Robin's been through some shit. this is the Robin that he saved, and this is finally time for like those flowers to bloom. And Saul's gonna he's gonna witness that and be like, wait, I didn't need to die. Like this time I didn't need to die for it. Like Robin actually had my back this time. And like it'll come full circle in a lot of ways, because it's like it means that he in a lot of ways made the right choice back on O'Hara, but then also it's like he's super proud of what Robin has become.
Yeah.
And then also that he doesn't have to carry the burden anymore. Like this is the whole point of like the next generation and stuff like that, putting your faith in the next generation. They might start off like super weak and small and fragile, whatever, but give them time to cook, and then they end up like this. And so I think it would be really good if Robin it's not like the Onigashima thing where like Sanji asks for help and like Robin comes in and does that. But I think Robin will kind of have a similar thing, because like the difference is Sanji believed in Robin from the jump. That's why he asked for her help, where Saul didn't ever ask for Robin's help, but Robin's like, hey, you could ask for my help next time, so like I think that's kind of the way I see it. But again, it's hard when the opponent is a Holy Knight Somers to like envision that, like I could see that with like not saying CP9 level person, but I'm saying like at Water 7, like a CP9 didn't have the same like gap of like title and respect and mystery that the Holy Knights currently have. So it's weird to say what I'm saying with Somers as the opponent, because Somers is like he's looking at this shit like, what the fuck? Like I could kill all of these people all at once.
Yeah.
And I don't even know. Like he in this chapter, I think he brought up a sentient vine snake. Like that was crazy. And he was just like riding it like he was Orochimaru. Fourth reference. But yeah, so
you and Naruto, man. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, it was a snake. He's riding it like a.
Snakes exist in real life, right?
Who's okay? So, sorry, my bad. You want me to reference you riding a snake on top of a giant anaconda?
Hey, I'm
like,
just
what?
saying, man.
No, it was
like,
just a reference.
Snakes
Nicki
aren't
Minaj
just,
in that music video.
Like, do you see snakes in real life and you're like, oh my god, it's a Naruto reference?
I mean, God
must be referencing Naruto here. Like, is that what you go to?
No, but I was gonna say, damn, there was something. Oh, you brought up Torino Kingdom and like the birds coming back. So what's funny is I have a stalker, I think, and it's an owl. I think the owl is trying to recruit my son to Hogwarts, but I kid you not, this like a giant, like 3 foot tall owl with like an insane wingspan has been following me around the city. Like it followed me to my parents' house and it stayed there. I literally have picture evidence for 30 minutes in the same spot watching my car. When I left, my mom's like, it left. And then the next morning I woke up, my neighbor told, because my brother came over to do some like yard stuff, and he was telling my brother like, oh, there's a huge owl on your tree back there. And I was like, no, this owl is following me. It's crazy. It would be
funny if like the owl doesn't really exist. Like you show people pictures of the owl and it's like blurry. It's like Shutter.
Nah, dude,
I don't know if you ever watched Shutter, but it's like that. Or is it Shutter?
Okay, you're gonna do the.
Yeah, I think it's Shutter.
Shutter Island.
No, Shutter Island is like the like psychiatric hospital. Shutter is like the movie with like the ghost camera. Yeah, that one's a little bit different.
Look.
Oh yeah, that I don't see anything. Wait, what is it? No, I don't see it.
Okay, you want to see a video then? You want to see here? This video is actually so funny. This video is. Wait, hold on, can you see? Oh my. Wait, this video is so funny to me. So the owl turned.
Huh. I don't see anything.
Yo, owl, what the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Does it hear me?
I think you're going crazy, Par.
I knew you do that shit. No, but it's so funny because what I'm saying in the thing plays perfectly to what you're saying. Like, oh, there's no owl. I'm like, what the fuck?
It's like there's no Warren Bossing say. It's like there's no owl. There's no owl in your backyard, Par.
Yeah, this owl is crazy though. The owl is big enough to pick up my kid. So,
which speaking of owls, now that we see Somers on this, as you call it, Orochimaru snake, Do you think that all the God Knights have animals or creatures that they ride? Because Gunko had an arrow bird, Shamrock had a Cerberus sword, Sommers has a vine dragon snake thing. Like, will Killingham also about? Like, I mean, I guess he can because he's just a dream guy. He can manifest like a monster to ride.
Crazy. He's the least crazy.
Yeah. Like, do you think all the God Knights will have like something they ride? I mean, hell, we have seen Darling ride an emu. Back at God Valley, he was riding an emu. Yeah.
Those are more like ostriches.
I mean, emu, ostrich, like potato, potato. It's the same thing.
They were like raptor birds, though. But yeah, I mean, if you've
it's like it's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Yeah, if you've seen like their claws, it looks like a dinosaur foot. It's crazy.
Dinosaur foot. That sounds racist.
Oh, and sand people isn't?
People live in sandy places, Par.
No, you said you look the sand people.
I don't think I said that.
Sai, tell me more about riding dragons. I heard that's your favorite childhood memory from all the festivals you went to.
Yeah, so like, back in China, the dragon festivals go pretty hard. So riding dragons is something that, every...
You're familiar with.
Yeah. Every Asian person goes through it in life. It's like a coming-of-age event.
But not the sand Asians.
I feel like there's tier lists to Asians and Asian races.
Oh my God, you're saying...
Yeah, no. Okay, guys, hear me.
We've only said this off call.
If you're Asian, you know what I'm talking about. Just... It happens, man. I unfortunately was born of the lesser tier, but it's okay. I accept it.
Oh, God.
So
the island Asians go hard.
They're middle tier. So Sommers realizes that Gunko has captured multiple straw hats. We got Jimbei, Nami, Usopp, and Brook. They're all tied up with arrow wrappings, and I think that's kind of impressive in a weird way, because like that means that after Gunko knocked them off the ship, she went after each and every one of them. And they all went different directions, by the way. Like they weren't just like, falling together. She knocked them all like in cardinal directions. So Gunko, after that, went down and captured them one by one. It's pretty insane.
Or she did it midair.
Oh, or midair, yeah. Could have been a midair thing.
Autonomously. Do you think she can feel the arrows? Like she can feel it like a finger? Or it's just controlled?
I think just controlled. I feel like if you feel it like a finger, then that's when you run into the Robin drawback, which is a very detrimental. Where, for Robin, I don't know how many people remember this, because Robin doesn't fight that often. But if you hurt her hands, she feels that damage. That's why whenever she created the giant clone against Black Maria didn't fight Robin. She fought the giant Robin and was like, yeah, this is much easier to hit. And then Robin took all the damage, which is, it's just super silly. It's an insane drawback. Like, I'm trying to think, is there another like equivalent? Like Doflamingo, like how he creates the string clones. Like imagine Luffy fights the string clone, and Luffy beat the string clone, by the way. Imagine Luffy beat him, and then the real Doflamingo falls down. Like that would be silly. Yeah. So Robin's drawback, in my opinion, needs to go away, or like she needs to find a way around it or something. And that's why I hope that Gunko doesn't have that drawback, because it's just way crazy. Like imagine Zoro shows up. Gunko throws an arrow at him. Zoro cuts the arrow. Gunko's damaged. Like, okay, what are we doing here? That's just goofy.
I will say with Robin's fruit, and I'm not obviously saying this is like truth, but like her fruit, like the name of it does open the door that like, not saying that Robin is a bad user, but more so maybe the full understanding of her power isn't there. Cause like, we also don't know how she got her fruit. She had it at 8, like, and when we got introduced to the story, she already had it. So there's a world where it's like Bonnie in a sense, where Bonnie's fruit was kind of misconstrued because that encyclopedia existed. And so they kind of went with what was most closely associated with what she had, or what she was like exhibiting. But then Saturn comes along and says like, oh, this is the fruit, and I gave you the essence of it. So it's not exactly like what that's happened. Like it's like similar to what the encyclopedia was, like the age or whatever, like the age up thing. But like then like Saturn gave like an extended one, you know. So it's like it's not just her; she could turn into Nika now. You know? It's like the small difference, but also that's a heavy contextual change where it's like, what's Robin's like canonical? Like what was it translated to? This petal?
The
no.
flower no mi, the hana no mi.
Flower, yeah. Hana, yeah. I'm the hana, the flower part, right? So like the I was forgetting because like the sprouting sense, there's like some connotation of sprouting there,
yeah,
and that's where maybe it comes
like bloom,
with like the limbs, yeah, blooming, sprouting. But like when you have the hana no mi, what does that mean to what Robin gets, right? So then it's like, wait a second, maybe there is a door for her power to kind of like pivot. And the thing is, that would be a hard thing to like, not hard thing to like do, but it's a hard thing like concept to like introduce to Robin, because it's also like we also don't know how devil fruits like work in the sense of like we kind of do in the sense that's like what you believe happens, right? It doesn't matter what you have. You could be a dinosaur, you think you're a helicopter dinosaur, you become a helicopter dinosaur, right? Even though that's not really what the dinosaur is like, it's kind of what it is. And so like Robin 20 years plus of this is how the fruit is and works and whatever, and realistically she should have studied it, but maybe Oda could introduce a way for, like you said, like for that part of the ability to go away, and maybe it makes sense. And it would all hinge on like the name being very interestingly lined up, because it doesn't really fit, but it does, and it's interesting to say the least.
Yeah, hopefully Robin
yeah,
we'll talk about Robin more at the end of the chapter too, but hopefully Robin gets something with their powers next chapter.
This is a good moment too, because vines sprouting, flowers,
Elbaph,
kind of, yeah.
I mean, hey, like if Robin could create actual trees and bloom them up, think about all the books she could write. All that paper, man.
Cut off. Yeah. I mean, technically, she just needs fingernails, and then she can create Vivre card paper that is indestructible. And tie it to Luffy's life. All the Vivre. Oh no, her life. Oh, that'd be kind of crazy if you wrote a. Oh no, that'd be kind of stupid. Actually, never mind. Because if you wrote a book, you would want it to live beyond your life. But I was thinking, like, if you made a journal, oh, that'd be sick. Like, if you made a journal, like a private diary or something, like it's supposed to be just for yourself, right?
Yeah.
And you made it on Vivre cards, because then when you die, your journal dies. It just disintegrate.
Yeah, but I mean, what if they didn't get around to the book yet? And you just
no,
die.
But like I'm saying it's like your diary. It's like your darkest secrets. Like size like this day I came in a sock. You know, this day like I tortured ants. Like all these things you don't want people to know, even though you put on a YouTube video. Like you say all those things, and then the book burns away when you die.
Yeah, I mean,
that's kind of sick.
I don't really get the point of a diary.
Yeah, but that's because you're a YouTuber and you just say this shit out loud.
Yeah, but I mean, even before YouTube, like years ago, I still never really got a diary.
Yeah, no, that's a you thing.
Yeah, I mean, if I don't agree with that, I mean, we'll just eliminate it though.
Yeah, that's true. I guess you're right.
It's like Haikyuu, you know, the volleyball anime. As they say, simple is best.
Is that what they say?
Yeah, it's like one of the coaches, one of the best coaches.
The old guy?
Yeah, the old guy that has the Frieza voice actor. Yeah.
I don't remember the voice actor.
But
I just remember the hype of Haikyuu.
It's a good show. So now that the Straw Hats are captured, Sommers is like, "Hey, Gunko, are you gonna take them with us back to the Holy Land?" And Killingham kind of chimes in here. He says, "Whoa, Sommers, don't be stupid. Trying to take the Straw Hats are going to make the Straw Hat Luffy Captain furious." I worded that really weirdly. Let's just finish the mission and go home. And Sommers does end up agreeing, because after Killingham says that, he says, "Hey, knock it off, Gunko. I don't want to fight with one of the emperors either. Let's just do our job and go." And it's like, damn, like if Luffy were here right now, there's a chance that Luffy could just be like, "Hey, let my people go," and they'd do it. You know, to avoid the wrath of Luffy.
I kind of like that. you know, like
Luffy flexing
that's
the
like
status, like it's like playing a game. You have like plus 10 charisma, and you can like get that special dialogue.
yeah, like because Luffy's always had one method, right? And he's said that, hey, let my like Fishman Island, right? Like he's like let them go, whatever, on Eni's lobby. Like okay, Eni's lobby, right?
Yeah.
Robin's captured, right? But instead of like Robin, it's I don't know, like who's on Shanks' crew? Someone Shanks, and Shanks shows up. Shanks is a Yonko. Shanks as a Yonko says, let them free. I'm pretty sure they fold.
Yeah.
Pretty sure they just fold because they don't want they don't have the jurisdiction to wage a war against a Yonko. They don't want to lose their job because if they wage a war against a Yonko, then they lose their everything. And then 3, they don't want to die in the war against a Yonko. So like in that world, it's like when Shanks showed up in Marineford. He's enough to tip the scale, and it's just like he's a Yonko. That is Yonko status. And it's like Luffy's been like kind of, yeah, I mean, anybody would be like, hey, let my friend go, but nobody listens, right? But now he can just say that.
Listen.
And now, yeah, even the Holy Knights might, and because like the way they've been talking too, like it does sound like they might just be like, our missions first. You know, do you think the Holy Knights do have the jurisdiction to wage a war without? Yeah,
I think they do. I've seen people comment that before, like, oh, like the Holy Knights don't have the ability to fight a young, or not ability, but the jurisdiction, right? And I agreed with that in the beginning, but the more I thought about it, and the more like translations we got, it doesn't sound like that's the case. It's not like you know, Kobe back with Blackbeard at Amazon Lily, where they're like, hey, we can't,
or Lucci,
or Lucci, like, well, we can't do anything. We need to call somebody, right? It wasn't Lucci who said it, was Kaku. I think Kaku was like, hey, Lucci, like we need to get this cleared. And then Akainu also backed it up saying, oh, like, what are they doing fighting Luffy already? Like, none of that's happening here. It's mainly like, hey, we just don't want to fight this guy.
Yeah. I don't want to fight with one of the emperors either. Honestly, this translation might feel, I have to compare. Like, I feel like the other translation felt like, does this one sound more scared? It doesn't sound scared. It just sounds like, does it sound like a hassle? Or do you think that it's beyond his ability? Does he think that he can beat Luffy?
That is the golden question, right? Is this a hassle, or is it that he just can't win? I think both can be true.
TCB,
both can be true.
Translated, I'm not in the mood to pick a fight with an emperor here either. And then this one says, I don't want to fight with four emperors either. I feel like the mood kind of like
makes it seem like a hassle. Yeah, makes him seem cooler.
Yeah, flavors it.
Yeah.
It like a mood is just like, okay, my mood changed. You know what I mean? Versus this one, I don't want to fight with one of the emperors. It sounds a little different. I know it's similar, but like the flavor's different. I don't know where to put I mean, like we're saying, the most important thing is we have to. Is it just Shamrocks who can like 1v1 Luffy? Or can all the Holy Knights, like, at least on their, are they all like Zoro? You know, like Zoro wouldn't look that, like if he had to fight Kaido, you know what I mean? He would, you know, and would he like be able to do it? Probably not, but he wouldn't be afraid to, you know, like it's an interesting spot. Like, are the Holy Knights like actually able to? Because Zoro only, like, he's like, damn, I put my full strength in this shit and it just scratched him, right? Are the Holy Knights beyond that? Can the Holy Knights actually go to toe-to-toe, or are they just like just gusto in that moment, right? Like it's kind of it's interesting. We don't know where to put them in yet, but like their aura feels. I maybe like I'm just optimistic. Maybe like it may sound like flip-floppy, but like I want the Holy Knights to like. I feel like
you want them to do good.
Not that okay. So like it's not that. Yeah, I want them to do good, but it's not necessarily like I want them to be stronger than Luffy, because the separation is the problem with Luffy for his opponents is kind of the same thing that our main characters have with the Holy Knights. We don't know how to hurt, regeneration people, immortal people. To everybody else, Luffy's pretty much the same thing to a certain extent. Like he just bounces back, and then like people wish on him, he bounces back. He eats food, he bounces back. Like, how do you put Luffy down? And like it's not like impossible, But also like maybe the Holy Knights have like a special way to do it, you know, like in the same vein that there might be a special way to hurt the Holy Knights in their regeneration. The Holy Knights might have like a special way. Like, I don't want it to be like how Superman is weak to magic type of thing. Like that could be something that they do where like the Holy Knights have magic, and so they use magic on Luffy, and then Luffy's
like a kryptonite.
Wait, this shit hurts. Yeah, no, but like, so like Superman's at like who is it? The Dr. Fate in the thing. Like he's like actually like 4x like a Pokemon, like super effective against Superman outside of kryptonite. Like Superman's technically weak to kryptonite. Oh, not Superman's technically weaker to magic. I mean, I feel like in a lot of comics there's workarounds, but that's like a base thing I remember. And so I don't want that to be a case with Luffy where they just like, I don't know, use some magical circle thing, beam, and then Luffy's like a magic lightning bolt. Does that hurt Luffy? You know what I mean?
I don't mind if
that
that's the case.
But like, I wouldn't mind it.
I mean, it's like a point. It's kind of like what? Not the best comparison, but it's like how Crocodile's weak to water, Enel is weak to rubber.
Yeah, but people. Yeah.
I mean, if Luffy had
Luffy's weak to magic.
If Luffy had like an actual weakness to magic, or maybe even darkness, right? Because he's the sun. I don't think that'd be like bad.
Okay, so darkness is like, if they pull out, okay, like, see, this is what I was saying, like, I wouldn't be that, because there'd be ways to make it cool. Like, if he got weak, like, they shot out dark lightning attacks, like, I was kind of like super kiddish, but like, I would, dark fire, dark water, like, that shit hurting Luffy.
Your favorite Naruto, it could be like the Amaterasu. Yeah, Black Flames, your favorite.
I did say Sanji might get black flames, but the thing is, like, Naruto kind of, the Amaterasu doesn't really, like, I don't think that's like a folk thing, like the undying black flame. Like they just made the flame black. Amaterasu, I don't think has any, like, the god doesn't have like association with black flames. Yeah, that was a complete Naruto thing. So, but yeah, I mean, hey, listen, there's a way to do it. Dark flames, dark lightning, that'd be kind of, I mean, dark lightning would just be conkers, right?
Yeah, so that wouldn't be good. Yeah, just do like dark flames instead.
Yeah, dark flames.
And then have Sanji be able to wield it.
Oh, they would call it Father Flames, because there's Mother Flame.
The Father Flame? That'd be a little bit silly.
Yeah. Okay.
That'd be a little bit silly.
Moving on.
And if there's a Father Flame, is there like
you didn't have to say it twice.
Is there like a?
You said it once. I got the message.
Is there like a stepsister flame?
Okay, you brought that there. I don't know. Was it in a laundry machine too? Like, what are you gonna say next, huh?
Hey, I mean, if the stepsis is offering, right? I mean, who am I to turn down a lovely gal?
Imagine Emu goes like, "Where's the mother flame?" And they're like, "There's no mother flame." All right, stepsister's a second option.
I mean, jokes aside, York is trying to recreate the mother flame. So would it be like the stepmother flame?
The stepmother flame. Yo, we need to start calling it the stepmother flame.
That'd be huge.
Oh god, I could see it already on Twitter. Excuse me, that's not the real mother flame. That's the stepmother flame.
Everybody's favorite.
Yeah, everyone's favorite. Oh god. Oh no, and technically, like what they use on Lucia would be like the stepsister, because it was like a part of it. It was like a part of the stepmother. It was like a little.
And it was kidnapped too, because Vegapunk didn't notice. It'd be like the kidnapped stepmom flame.
This step video has more plot than anything I've ever seen.
Because we put thought and care to these theories, Par. That's why
we would go crazy as directors of step video.
I think we could cook up a good movie. So Gunko, while Killingham and Summers are deliberating about what to do with the Yonko thing, she whips out I don't even know what to call it, like an arrow epee. Like a fencing sword almost, a spear in a way.
Not to be confused with an EpiPen.
Yeah. A fencing sword made out of arrows. She whips it out
Yeah.
and she points it at Brook, and she realizes who he is. She says, listen up, you. I want you to write songs for me for the rest of your life. You're going to be my slave. And that's pretty shocking. But what's even more shocking is what Brook says beforehand. He says, I feel like there's something about that woman, however. Maybe it's just my imagination, ...
Oh my God. The Viz translation's so much more like
yeah,
flavored.
I just read the Viz just now, and I was like, wait, what? So TCB translates Brook to saying, that woman, ... No, it couldn't be. But in Viz, they added like a lot more here, which I wonder, like, does this actually exist in the Japanese, or is this like a Viz, a Viz original? Because we know, the trees from the woods or something. Yeah, this could just be a Stephen Paul moment where he's just adding a lot of random flavor text, or this could actually be Japanese. But I have read 3 other translations besides the Viz, and they did not add all this. So I think this might just be a Viz thing.
Yeah. This is what I was saying before on the streams, where it's like the inkling last week that like kind of ties here is like, I need to see the raws, because it's so easy with this one to like add a little bit, and they all mean similar things, but the slights are so
it's like
important,
the mood thing with Sommers that we talked about.
Yeah. And in this one, it's insanely like more charged, because Brook as a character has so many entry points where this just makes sense. And it like, I feel like there's something about that woman. Like, I would even go as far to say, like, like on stream we were talking about how I think the super chat, and we both had like our own versions of it. And the context, at least, for people to reference this stream, was like, oh, Gunko is from like a family that like transcended the celestial dragon. And so that family was from Brook's place.
Yeah.
And so that's how Brook like recognized it, for, like the father, the mother, whatever. But like even in this translation, or looking at this translation, I would say like, no, he's talking like straight up about Gunko. Like it's not like a relative thing. Like he's just like, no, this is the same girl from like 60 years ago. This is why it's like it reminds me of the Sindri thing. And I was saying that before, but the Sindri thing from like Thriller Bark, where it's like, if you had seen Sindri as an actress, whatever, many hundreds of years ago, whatever it was, and then you saw her there, it's like, whoa. Like that is this how is and the thing is the shocker of being Brook's age. And it's like that, like if you had seen like the spitting image of someone from when you were 20 and now it's like 80, wow, however old Brook is, like it's that many years and 60 years later, and it's the same thing. It's like, wait a second, what? And then you tack on that whatever context that he saw Gunko or something similar to Gunko in was probably horrific. Like it's probably like like what we were talking about, Saul seeing Sommers, it probably wasn't like a happy memory. That's probably why he's so afraid to fight.
No, we don't know that for sure. What if it was happy?
Well, it could be happy. But I'm saying is like the horrific meaning, like on the spectrum, it's like it's a big moment, right? It's not like a passerby, like it's a huge thing. And horrific is just the more like traumatizing one. A lot of people remember trauma stuff, but like that's another thing about what you're saying. It could be a happy memory, and that's where these slight things do matter. The way Brook is saying this, right? He could be saying this as like a scared thing. He could be saying this as a happy memory. We can't really tell, even from all the many translations. Like I feel like there's something about that woman. Like someone could be saying that about like an ex-lover. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like a past lover. I feel like there's something about that woman that could also mean like that was someone scary in the past too. There's a lot of ways that could go down. And we know not that much about Brook, so
he's a blank slate.
This is exciting. This is crazy. I like it.
Yeah, dude. So with Brook, like just to show all the different examples, like it could relate to Yorkie and his time with the Rumbar Pirates. It could relate to the underworld, even with how she could regenerate because he has the soul powers. Like maybe he went to the netherworld and he saw her there. It could have even been like you said, the kingdom, right? Brook came from the kingdom. He worked as a soldier. Maybe Gunko's from that royal family that got adopted into celestial dragonhood. Maybe she was there to collect, like we said earlier. Maybe the Holy Knights collect taxes. Maybe they paid their tax, and boom, Gunko was the one who picked it up. Maybe Gunko's mom, Gunko's grandma.
Yeah, but
or maybe it was from a concert.
So that's a right. Yeah. That so the previous example, the picking up the tax, right? That's one of those things where it's like, would that be such a like charged memory that you would say something like this, like the person who picked up the money that one time in the kingdom? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, especially if you didn't know the titles at the time or whatever,
so.
and you figured out. Like, that's why the words like matter a lot. Is because it's like you could negate one of those examples straight up right there because of how it's said. Give me a second. There's a spider on my computer.
Oh, you got it. Yeah, no, like
yeah, I got it.
That's just the thing, right? Like, when it comes to Brook knowing Gunko, like, we could guess for days and days. Like, that is how vast Brook's whole story is. Like, it's hard to pinpoint where he saw Gunko. Like, for all we know, it could have just been a groupie. Like, maybe Gunko, being so as rich as she is as a celestial dragon, she could have just had backstage passes to Brook's concert. I've seen people also like circle the, when Brook was at Saboti, people were like circling like the audience members, like, oh my god, I think this is Gunko over here, and you see like one black figure. It's like, okay, cool. Like, there's like 1,000 of those, but sure.
That's an awesome example too, because I just saw like a short of that where like some guy, he's singing at the concert, like he's this big famous person, sold out concerts, whatever. And then he saw a girl in the crowd, and it was a girl he dated like 20 years ago or 30 years ago. And so, like, in his head, he might say, I feel like there's something about that woman. Maybe it's just my imagination, right?
Yeah.
Like, in that could be said in that context too. Like you said, the groupie thing, like 30 years ago, 40 years ago, when Brook's Pirate Crew was literally just a rock band that was, because traveling was illegal, considered pirates. And they all just were able to fight and survive. They were all just happening strong. So, like, as a rock star, Brook was technically one of those in the past. So it could have been as Soul King. It could have been as the Rumbar Pirates. And if it was as the Rumbar Pirates, boom, you have like, wait a second, did I sleep with her like 60 years ago? Like, what the hell? And he might be like, damn, do I owe child support? Like, that might be what's on his mind. We don't know. Like, it'd be crazy if that's what Brook was actually like worried about. He's like, no, I'm not going with you. You're going to make me pay out. Like, just crazy shit like that, you know?
Yeah.
So,
like, there's just so many different possibilities for Brook, man. But I'm happy for it. I did not think we'd be getting, I don't even want to call it like Brook lore here, which I could say the same for everybody else. Like, I didn't expect Frankie to have his little moment with the robot facility, which we still haven't fully gotten yet. Robin's having a moment in this chapter. Brook's getting one. Jinbei had his moment with the fire again. So it's like, who's next, brother? Like, where's Usopp, man? Usopp, please give us something, my guy.
Yeah, I said this. I forget to who, but it was on a group stream. I'm pretty sure it was a group stream where I was, because like, Elbaph was always like, people always had the expectation. I agree about having the expectation that Elbaph and Usopp's lore stands here. But I think this is like off the heels of my Zoro video where like a lot of people were like, oh man, like Wano should have been Zoro's thing. And then I had the video that spaces like there's like Wano stopped being Zoro's place once Zoro landed, and we found out that he's already the strongest swordsman there. Like, there's not a single person there stronger than him. So like it stopped
and then
being
King
like
wasn't even a swordsman himself. He was like, oh yeah, I never said I was a swordsman. It's like, damn, dude. Like, I guess Zoro's got no one to learn from.
Yeah.
No wonder why Mihawk didn't go.
Like, Wano had their swordsmanship, their martial arts, their history basically stripped from them for the last 20 years. We didn't know that. We didn't know that going into Wano. But if like by, I think it was chapter 920, that's when we found out about that. So that's 10 chapters into Wano. Once we find that out, oh, Zoro is beyond everybody here. There's no challenge for him. There's no like really crazy thing. Like the Rio stuff, like he's already learned that. He's already doing that. And then like anytime he holds a sword, everybody's glazing him already. So it's like this is not going to do much for him unless we're going to get like, the Shimotsuki stuff is, at least for Zoro as a character, not as important as like, people would want the power stuff. Like, where does he get more powerful, right? And so when it comes to Usopp with Elbaph, And I think I said this in the context of like Big Mom. Like people were like, "Oh, Big Mom coming here," right? And it's like, is Big Mom being associated with Elbaph because she's tied to the Giants, or is it for Elbaph itself? And that's where the question is. It's like, I don't like Big Mom wanted the Giants, not Elbaph. So like, does she have to show up on Elbaph? Could she show up in a different capacity related to the Giants? And I feel like, and I think I said this before, it's like even right now we're starting to find out that the Giants don't even know that they're like a lot of their stuff is obscured a lot. Like they don't know the history of Nika. Like they're all disagreeing. The ancient giant blood stuff, like that's hidden behind like whatever racist thing that they have going on, and then they have the dirty blood stuff. So like at some point that part's going to get diffused, and maybe it makes sense to have Big Mom at that point. Does that need to be on Elbaph? Well, a lot of the Giants that are being discriminated aren't on Elbaph, so it's like we're not going to see them. So there's an interesting thing. And so when I made my Nami video, I was saying like I think that it's likely that we'll get a Nami backstory on Elbaph. And a good place to look for would be Louis R. not mentioned. And then we got that. And I remember people responding like, no, Par, like Usopp is for, or Elbaph is for Usopp. Like we're going to get an Usopp thing, not a Nami thing. Right. And I'm like, I feel like Oda's been doing that where it's like where you expect one character's backstory, like Zoro's, you get another character's backstory and you didn't really expect it. And so like, maybe that's, we get Brook, Nami, that'd be kind of crazy. Frankie's is a little bit different though, because like Frankie's is kind of just like pinged on anything related to like technology, and it just so happens that the history and technology are intertwined now. So anytime we find about history, we're gonna find about technology, which is cool for like Robin, Frankie. I would say like Frankie lore to me would be more like the whole everyone's theories like, oh, Queen is Frankie's dad, like that kind of stuff. But that is what we're getting about Brook here, so that's kind of cool.
Yeah, and
it's kind of cool.
I agree. I think we will also get that Nami lore here. Obviously, Robin's getting her shine up, and I think this is the glory of not having the monster trio here immediately. Stalling Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji.
Ooh. Hold on.
Like for Wano, right? When we had Onigashima, we stalled the trio. We stalled all those big fights.
He is cooking. Sorry.
Oh my god, your pan. And we stalled them, but what did we get out of that? We got the Scabbards fighting Kaido for a little bit, and it was fine, but I don't think anybody really cared for the Scabbards fighting Kaido. Right? Like it was a nice thing, but they didn't stand a chance. They did like maybe 5% damage. But
damn, that's good. 5%.
Yeah, I'm giving them a lot of leeway. They did 5% damage, in my opinion, pretty decent. But we got that here in Elbaph. But instead of getting the Scabbards versus Kaido, we got all the rest of the Straw Hats that don't usually get that shine, getting that shine and potentially fighting the God Knights here. And I think that's amazing. It's a good trade off.
Yeah. The glory of not having the monster tree at the start. That was bars.
I got you, dude.
I just like heard the sizzle on the pan immediately. It was crazy.
It'd be like that, man.
Crazy. That was beautiful.
So
yeah, I gotta get the pan more I gotta get a pan holder.
Yeah.
So that it's more accessible. Yeah.
So Gunko asked Brook to be the slave, to be the musical slave, which if Brook took that offer, by the way, he would probably be like the #1 slave in Rijwa. Like Gunko would flex him everywhere. He'd be like beyond Kuma almost in terms of like like usability.
The Yon star, the Yonk star,
like imagine Brook too. Like you could. I wonder, like, would you also like remove his bones one by one and give them to your friends? Like you have Brook's upper half so that he can play the violin and guitar, but like get rid of the legs. Hey, here's his femur, here's his digits. Like, it'd be kind of fun. And then like every Celestial Dragon family has a different bone of Brook. And you have to like put them together like the Millennium Puzzle.
Is Brook that talented? Can Brook play like, and he can only play like the violin.
He can play any instrument.
Any instrument?
Brook can play anything.
Wait, really?
Yes.
Like, have we seen him on the drums?
I don't think we have, but I think he. Yes.
Oh, we've seen him with trumpet.
I believe it's confirmed. Yeah. There he goes. Yeah, he can play all kinds of instruments. Particularly though, he plays his violin, and that is his favorite. but he can play anything.
Yeah.
I forgot when he said that. I think it might have just been in Thriller Bark, but yeah, he can play literally anything.
I feel like I remember trumpet at some point, but I don't remember.
You might be thinking of a
percussion. Yeah. Well, no, Apu has his arm thing.
Yeah, his arm.
But I think I remember like a pointy, like a shark looking trumpet. Maybe it wasn't like maybe it was a movie that like Brooke pulled one out. I'm not sure. I feel like movie he had something different than.
I don't think he had a trumpet ever. I mean, the shark thing was his guitar.
Saxophone? Was it saxophone? Maybe saxophone. Why am I remembering like a shark
saxophone
instrument?
I'm like typing in all these, by the way. No saxophone.
Yeah.
I mean, the shark is just his guitar. If you're really like harping on the fish instrument, it's a guitar.
Yeah, but I remember like but the violin is like here, so that's why. Okay, no, I thought he was like blowing a fish in my brain, like, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Where?
So
I mean, it's not crazy, but like it is weird.
Yeah, it's wild. As Dr. Shepard would say, it's wild what the brain can do to somebody. Memories are complicated matters.
So like I can't say like, oh, you're on a Grey's Anatomy kick because like you are, so that's where the references are coming from, right?
Yeah, I'm like currently watching it. Yeah.
So it's like not the same thing as you calling me out for like a big three, like a Naruto.
Yeah,
like,
it's not like your first time watching Naruto. You're not watching Naruto like as we speak. So Brooke has this moment here where he says that he would not want to be Gunko's slave because he dedicated his life to Luffy. Even if it would mean death, he is not going to do it. And that's when Gunko kicks him. Gunko sends the arrow his way. He takes the damage. And then she grabs her chest. She doesn't, she's heartbroken, which is kind of fun. And then we see that she continues to kick Brooke afterwards as well. And I think this could just be like a nice gag. Like Gunko isn't used to having her heart broken. Like Brooke really matters to her. But I do wonder, like, will this have a bigger effect later? Like, imagine next time we hit her or we do damage to her, she actually takes it. She can't regenerate anymore because she's so perturbed.
I just thought of a crazy. Oh my god! Wow, this would be wild for the Celestial Dragons if this was the case, but I doubt it because I was thinking like it is kind of crazy. Now I'm rereading this part where it's like, what if I said I would kill you, right?
Yeah,
and like I'm thinking like Charlos on Sabaody, right? He was unrelenting with his desires, like, and nobody could say no, and he just had to have it, right? And the thing is, she didn't get what she wanted because Brooke said, "I would rather die than live without honor." And in that moment, if one of the girls said that to Charlos, they would die.
Yeah.
Right. But Gunko has to accept, like, wait, I can't, like, I like his music, so I can't kill him. So I need him alive. So I can't get what I want. And I was thinking, like, damn, what if the Celestial Dragons, like, have to satiate, like, desire? Otherwise they get hurt. We haven't really seen, have we seen, like, a Celestial Dragon, like, no, I guess, no, Mosgard? No, that wouldn't count. I don't know. It'd be interesting because, like, what if she got hurt because, like, she didn't get what she wanted? She really desired this, and that did, like, physical damage to her that she had to refuse her own desire, like, take a sacrifice.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I think
that would be crazy.
This could definitely tie into her powers somehow, some way. Like I said, it could just be a gag, like, oh, like she's just sad. But if we wanted to, like, spin it a little bit, like, maybe this is how to get around the God Knights. Just break their hearts, destroy their desires, take away their things.
Yeah. And I do, like, I'm trying to rethink, but, like, what if I said I would kill you, right? Like, and then the person says no, like, and then the God Knight or the Celestial Dragon just outright didn't get, like, what they wanted. Because, like, in when Charlos did that at the Reverie, it was going to happen, right? Like he had Shirahoshi, the Lucci was doing all that stuff, but it wasn't like an outright no. It just got stopped in a different way, right? He didn't have to choose to give up the desire, is what the difference is here. I'm trying to think if there's other examples.
I mean, we could even just say that, like, Charlos doesn't even have this too, so we could just eliminate him from the equation. Because, like, this could just be a God Knight thing.
That's true. That's true. It might be like you going up too, like in order to God Knight and then Gorosei. You
Like,
know, it
yeah,
might you might need
the
to
farther up you go, the more it
like
matters.
become. Yeah, the desire, like satiation, whatever. It would be crazy. That metric would be kind of cool to like play around with because like in a way, Luffy's like that too, right? Like Luffy gets what he
Yeah,
wants, right? It's just a
like I think it'd be
separate,
fun
side.
if like
Yeah.
Usopp, for example, like they get released from Gunko's arrow. Usopp attacks Gunko with same attack and everything, and then you have the Straw Hats yelling, "Hey, Usopp, that's not gonna work. Like it didn't work last time. It's not gonna work now." And then it actually hits her. It's like, yeah, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
Like it sticks.
Yeah, and then we see. Yeah.
Our first real clue.
Yeah. Wow.
Which I mean, even
That'd
then, it's still just a clue because like we're talking about it. We don't even have any idea like how this works necessarily, right?
Yeah. Yeah. At minimum, this pain that we see is like probably technically like the most damage we've seen like the Holy Knight Plus have gotten, that they can't regenerate, right? Like you can't whatever happened here, it's not like she's just like coming back from it, right? So this is unironically one of the biggest like clues, if it is one, if it's not a gag, right? So maybe this is very important, maybe it's not. The Oda way, the classic, we will never know until we know, I guess.
Yeah, shouts to Gunko though. I feel bad. Why did Brook have to turn her down?
Would you have said yes?
Yeah.
Would you have left your homies?
I think so.
What if like Robin and Nami like frequently showed panties though? Like every time they asked, like Brook is like, "Can I see your panties?" And they're like, "Sure." Would you still say yes to Gunko?
I think so.
Because hers is always on display. You don't even have to ask. That probably sweetens the deal, right?
I mean, it's. I feel like there's a lot of things you have to take in consideration, but I feel like that's not something you can easily just answer right off the top of your head, you know?
Mm-hmm, yeah. Mm-hmm. Do you think if Gunko wasn't stepping on Brook's chin, so his eyes were averted from the panties, do you think that it would make it like Brook would have a harder time to say no?
No. Well, I mean, I think it would become a gag to some extent, but no, he'd still say no.
Like he'd say no, but then there's like a nosebleed. That'd be pretty funny.
Brook has done nosebleeds.
That would actually
before,
go harder. Right? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I was just wondering, like, he's a skeleton. Like, I wonder if it's just like bones that fall out of his nose.
No, I'm pretty sure we've seen nosebleed.
And we've seen his eyes pop out, so I believe it.
Yeah, yeah. I think it would actually go harder if he said all of what he said while looking at her and had the nosebleed. That'd be insane.
I think it would take away from the moment,
said
though.
Yeah, but it is funny because like it's with all ladies, doesn't he usually say like at what point in the conversation does Brook say, "May I see your panties"?
It's
doesn't
like
usually at the start.
It's like, oh, Raizo is safe, but you see Raizo's dumb face on the side. It's like, okay, that takes away from it.
Yeah.
It's like we
his dumb face is crazy.
We can't have the nosebleed in this situation.
He's the greatest ninja on the planet.
Brook is too locked in to notice that too, which is nice.
In the Naruto verse, they would make a statue of Raizo. He would be on the Nidden Leaf Mount Rushmore thing. I'd leave the village.
Yeah, that's when you become a true sand ninja.
Sand ninja is great.
That's not a diss, by the way. It sounds like a diss, but no, there's nothing wrong with the sand guys, man.
Whoa, it's not a diss.
I love the sand guys,
you put two words together that in a different part of the internet means a completely different thing. We're just dweeby anime nerds, so sand ninja unironically actually just means like Gara.
I'm just saying, brother, like the sand guys have a bad reputation.
Yeah. Oh, I agree with. No, I. There we go. I agree with you. They do have a bad reputation,
and they don't deserve it. I'll go as far as to say that they don't deserve it.
That that means a lot to as a sand ninja. Oh God, I can't wait to tell my wife what just happened.
And I think
it went from last stream where I said she watched the clip and just it's like, are you serious? And then now I'm gonna tell her about this. This is fucking
I think
funny.
unironically,
Oh,
I'd be
God.
like a water village ninja. Yeah, hey, don't worry, Par. I'm a water village ninja. You're a sand ninja. It happens, dude. Hey,
Wait,
everybody here right
water village?
now.
Oh yeah,
Tell me,
you would be.
what kind of ninja would you
Hit and
be?
mist.
What village? What village?
Wait, by water village you mean the hidden
Yeah,
mist,
the hidden
right?
mist. Yeah, because there are a bunch of fishermen and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah,
Or not all of them are, but you know, they
yeah,
got like a fishing town, some ports.
yeah, and they're all just like assassins. Like,
I don't think I'd be an
trying to kill
assassin.
each
I
other.
wouldn't be anything that cool. I think I'd just be like a fisherman.
I guess.
In a world of ninja,
I don't know.
be peaceful.
Yeah. Yeah, be peace. The most peaceful village, the hidden mist. Yeah,
They have a cool like every other weekend. Hey, our guy got assassinated again. Can we get some help?
But leave it to side to somehow say in reference that they're the most peaceful village. What the fuck?
Hey man, you gotta rep your squad. Like I don't see you hyping up the sand village.
now they're calling them sand ninjas, bro. I guess they always once a sand ninja, always a sand ninja. It's crazy.
What's a sand ninja? Always a sand ninja. That's pretty good.
Oh god.
So
my heart. I feel like Gunko right now. My heart is pounding.
Your heart hurts.
Oh god.
So the Straw Hats. Do you think they're gonna get out of this situation soon? Do you think Jimbei is going to save them? Because Jimbei is like what are these powers anyways? Like he's trying to figure it out. He's trying to deduce some things. I mean, hell, Nami's even blasting it on him, right? Like, hey, how could you let this happen, Jimbei? I expected more from you.
I like the Viz translation here. It's less
it's less critical on Jimbei.
Yeah, the TCP went crazy, which is funny because Fiso was in the chat when I was saying that. I forgot to check what he said, but like, because I was making dad jokes already, like Jinbei is such a dad, and then he goes, "Quit making a racket." I'm trying to think, and it's like Nami was just like talking. Oh my god, and it's just like it sounded like "Quiet woman, I can't think when you're busy yapping." Like, oh god. Ooh. Yeah, with Jinbei, you know, will he do something? I wonder how do we handle this ability? It's interesting because like Dunko's here, Robin's going to square up against Sommers, but they're all together now. So like it does like and at the end of the chapter it's like Scopper is like duo headed over, but there has to be some stall for him to show up unless he's like the Flash. Like I guess Oda could just make it. Yeah, it might just be that he shows up immediately next chapter, which is fair. But it could be that while it's kind of like the Saul thing, what I was saying, where it's like Jinbei's like cooking, he's watching the fight, and then like the fight kind of like requires assistance, and that's when Jinbei stepped in. He's like, I see, I understand, and then he like does a finishing blow on Gunko type of thing. Not finishing blow, but like
he knocks her off.
Yeah, he finally like they finally get a breather in a way, like you know, like in the sense of not like Saturn getting knocked halfway across the island and just wanting to because he can regenerate, but like Gunko gets like distanced or something along the line of that, and it's due to Jinbei like figuring it out, you know, something, and that would be cool. I would like that, like Jinbei being the cool calm guy to be able to figure out. I think Robin's similar in that boat. Robin and Jinbei being able to figure something out, that'd be pretty sick. That'd be great for their roles too. And I was saying this before too, like Robin could win the fight by being the brains to figure it out and then telling someone else how to do it. It could easily be like that too. It's just that Robin could also put her like stakes on the line. Like she could be on her last breath and then she figures out how the power works, right? Or how to figure out the weakness, right? That'd be pretty crazy too for Robin.
So, do you peg Jinbei as a guy that would continue fighting the Holy Knights after this? Like once he's freed. Like,
what do you mean?
So
Okay.
I held a poll saying, what would Jinbei do afterwards? Who would he fight? I had a poll. It had Sommers, Killingham, Gunko, etc. You know how it is, like classic options. But I also had another option, a fourth one, that said Jinbei doesn't do anything and he does something else. He doesn't fight. And would you believe me if I told you that 65% of people do not want Jinbei to fight a Holy Knight anymore? That is how, I wouldn't say disappointed, but I think they're kind of resigning Jinbei to a Chopper role, where Chopper just hasn't fought in a while. Whenever he fights, it's he's there, and now we don't even expect Chopper to fight. Like, people are kind of feeling that way about Jinbei now, and I feel kind of bad, like Jinbei, yeah, he's like the world's greatest firefighter, but he could put in some work every now and then. Like, I hope he does fight a God Knight, is what I'm trying to say. But can you see why people are hesitant to bring Jinbei back out to the forefront?
Hesitant, like, I guess you'd have to run another poll on like why, because there's a lot of separate things can get the same conclusion. Is it because they don't want to see the fight the Holy Knight, or is it that they don't want Jinbei to like beat the Holy Knight or lose to the Holy Knight? Because like there's that connotation too. I was thinking that it'd be likely just because of how Jinbei has been like on Egghead, luggage dude, firefighter, Onigashima. Well, besides the Husu, it's whatever to me. It was more of a lore drop than a fight. And then on here, firefighter first gets one tap. I was thinking like, damn, like what if he like monsters start coming out? I could see if monsters start swarming, Jinbei gets put onto like crowd control, like I could see that. If he gets freed, is he continue fighting? The thing is, I think it hinges on Scopper actually, because like if Scopper takes a while, then he would need to freeze himself and then fight. And I could see him stalling out for Scopper.
Yeah.
If Scopper shows out immediately, I kind of like I said, like I could see Jinbei finishing it, but with Scopper being here, I just like it's weird for anybody to finish that fight for him. Scopper's a different character than Rayleigh, because Rayleigh is the type of person to like start finish, like he's there. But we've seen Scopper literally go like, all right, I'm good, kind of like in a Marco light, where like Marco's like, oh, it's like I could continue fighting, but this isn't my time, so the new stars are here, right? Scopper was like fighting Jinbei and Luffy and Zoro, and it was just like, all right, I got enough. I got what I needed, right? This next part isn't necessary. If he went further, that'd be for his own personal, like, I just want to, where am I at? But he understood at that point, like, these guys passed the bar, I don't need to do anything more. He could do that in this situation too. He's just like, this isn't really my fight anymore. Like if Oda chooses that route for Scopper, then Jinbei's necessary, right? But the thing is, Oda put Scopper in a predicament where he can't do that because Colin's on the line. So because Colin's on the line, Scopper fights start to finish, and the only way he gets taken out is if he gets taken out. So in that world, an opponent that's strong enough to take Scopper out, I think that Jinbei would be the only person to like here at the moment carry the mantle forward and finish the situation. Jinbei, Chopper, Robin. Honestly, I'm a little curious of where Oda puts Chopper, because Chopper's a huge powerhouse. He actually could change a lot of things. He has the brains, he has the power, and he has shown it in some capacity, like on Onigashima when he fought Queen. He did bounce back and forth between the brain thing, and he fought a Calamity.
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy. So Chopper's huge, but I don't know what Oda's gonna do with Chopper, because even in this chapter, I don't know if like Oda pushed Chopper into a like, I think the only thing he said was like, Robin, like, are you serious? Like, right? That was this chapter, right?
Yeah. In this chapter, he's like,
so we
Robin,
don't even
wait.
know. Yeah, so like I don't know where Oda's gonna place Chopper at. Like he could easily put Chopper at, like, try to get the kids kind of position, right? Like a third role where the two people fight this Holy Knights and then Chopper runs after the kids. Like it could be something he does. Especially now that he knows how to stop the kids from running because he can just lasso them. But again, I said that Robin would be better for that role. Yeah, I don't know.
Hat.
I don't know. Yeah. Oh yeah, true. Robin with the cowboy hat. Damn, that's actually. I didn't even think about that. Carry the mantle, the cowboy mantle,
the cowboy hat mantle.
Yeah.
I hope Jinbei does something else. Getting Jinbei on box duty on Egghead and then having him on water duty here. And then he also had like a little water role in Onigashima. Like he feels like just a token fish guy. Like if there's ever a situation where water is like the solution, Jinbei's just your dude. And I feel like he's just there for that, which is fine. Don't get me wrong. Like he is very unique in what he can do and can't do. But I kind of hope he's just more than that too. Cause he's also like a strong fighter. Like he could do all that plus fight too. Like even on Egghead, a great utilization was like, Luffy fell in the water, Jinbei jumped in there. It's like, it's not bad.
I also just realized, like, because he's specific, I wonder how do we handle this ability? That's in reference to Gunko.
Yeah.
And if we were to look at that group on that panel, the person that I personally feel like, at least at end stage, I don't think that Elbaph is the end stage for any of the Holy Knights. Right, we're gonna see a final fight, I think, in another arc for them, where they get like ultimately defeated. Like whatever defeat or even victory isn't gonna be a whole. Like, no, that's wrong. Victory could be a possible like whole victory from the Holy Knights. It just might not be like a combative victory, if that makes sense. But a loss would never be. There's no world where they ultimately lose here.
Yeah,
I think that has to be another arc, and so. When I look at this group of Straw Hats, I don't even see Jinbei as the opponent for Gunko. I see Brook as the opponent. So like the question then becomes, does Brook do that now? No, I think that Brook's final fight with Gunko would be later. I don't think that, but then it would also be weird if there's an extended fight where the Straw Hats are freed. I think Brook does run up against Gunko. It's just, I don't know, because then I'm like, okay, would it be Brook and Jinbei? Maybe they already kind of tried to duo fight Gunko, so maybe they just continue that. I think
it'd be cool if Jinbei teamed up with Brook. If this is all the Holy Knights we have here on Elbaph, I think dual attacks would be really fun, or tag teams.
Yeah, I was saying that before. Remember, you asked me who are the opponents for the Holy Knights, or I think it's Super Chat maybe. And I was saying, like, honestly, like I know it's not a One Piece thing, but Oda's starting to do it. Like Sanji's are sort of teaming up. I want to see duo fights, and I like JJK. That was one of my favorite parts, that they did the duo fights, at least from memory in the anime. Like it was super exciting. I enjoyed all of those duo fights. It just felt fun and
like people were getting jumped. They call it Jump Kaisen for a while. That was really funny.
Yeah, that is sick. And like, the thing is, like, it's Jump Kaisen because like when the duo happened, it was like peak, and there was like it was momentum carrying it. And like Oda doesn't have to do it like that, where it's like literally you have a thing where it's like clapping and then adds to the fight. And
like then characters are like getting behind him, blind spots. Abilities are combining and stuff.
Yeah, Oda doesn't have to do all of that. But if we were to go back, the Gunko fight where it's like Jinbei accidentally punched Brook, and his skeleton it looked like his head came off, but obviously it didn't. The end stage, it looks like it body together, whatever. And Brook stabbed Jinbei, right? If you were to have a situation like that, I honestly because like Luffy Zoro just stabbing Luffy over and over again, and then no one can handle like Luffy's punches. Like Sanji and Zoro would be a good matchup or a pair. But like other than that, like Jinbei and Brook are kind of a solid one too. I think anyone in Brook, like Brook and Zoro would be kind of good because his sword would just go like in between his bones. Like True. That would be a kind of a good matchup. So like,
unless Zoro uses like Ryuo or Conquerors.
Yeah. And then Brook's like, please
stop hitting me, Zoro. Anything but this. I mean, same with if Jinbei were to use his brick fist and it does like the whole like shockwave attack on Brook, Like that'd be kind of nuts.
No, but yeah, but the thing is, Jinbei also explained why that's super effective on people. It's because people are 70% water. So he's doing the shockwave through the water in the body.
But the
reverberation
on the bones, though.
But it's just shaking bones. That's what rock and roll
but
does.
like knock him out, dude. Like you could honestly like scatter Brook's entire being with one of those attacks.
Nah, Brook would probably get hit by Jinbei's brick fist and be like, bro, this feels like a concert, bro. Like it feels like a mosh pit.
You know, I will say this. Brook is the best splashable character in any duel. Like you said, I agree, because you don't even have to have Brook fighting. He could just be a bard. He could just like be up there playing music, powering you up.
Dude.
Brook should have been doing that all along, to be honest. I mean, he does it every now and then, but you know, we need Bard Brook back.
Dude, I was just like, when you said that, I was thinking like how sick it would have been in like the Zoro King fight when like whenever the tipping block happens, you just hear Brook on the violin. That shit would be crazy if that was like canon.
Or like what if all the Straw Hats go down for a second? Like final fight, all the Straw Hats are on the ground, they can barely move. It's like Luffy versus Lucci at Eni's lobby. Like he just needs that one last, hit. They just need to stand up one last time.
Yeah.
And then on the loudspeaker, boom, Brook playing a good song, not one of his really shitty ones like Bink Sake or the Soul
Bink
King
Sake
music.
isn't his song; it's the world song.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I don't like his iteration of Bink Sake, but like just anything else. Just
whose iteration do you like?
Nobody's.
Okay, so you don't like any iteration.
Yeah, but just like have Brook actually make a good song, and it could power up the Straw Hats.
I'm trying to think of an equivalent of Bink Sake in our world, because like Bink Sake is probably from like 800 years ago. But do we have something? We don't have anything like that.
Does
yodeling? Yodelay? I think yodeling is super old.
Yodeling is super old, but like a specific song or nursery though.
Yeah, that everyone would know, right?
That's
like everyone knows yodeling. But no, maybe yodeling is the good one, because no one likes yodeling. Like you don't like yodeling, right?
I hate yodeling.
Wait, are you Okay, so then that would be like your Bink Sake, because you hate Bink Sake like you hate.
But
yodeling.
I also hate, I think, almost every nursery rhyme.
Damn, you're gonna hate having kids, bro.
No, I won't.
Fuck, dude, it's crazy. Damn.
No, I won't.
I could see you splatting against the wall.
Shut up. No. It's that's not gonna happen.
Nah, you're gonna get converted.
Yeah, I'll get
usually
converted.
The biggest haters. Yeah,
maybe I'll create my own nursery rhymes to compensate.
I do that. I have that.
Yeah, like
yeah.
You know how I talked about like AI brain rot, like the Italian one?
The Italian one?
Yeah, like Bombardillo, Crocodillo, Tralaleo, Tralala, Cappuccino Assassino, and all them. Like the gang.
Uh-huh.
People are making nursery rhymes out of those guys.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Like there's now like kid songs for those guys. So maybe I just whip those out.
Whip them out.
Yeah, whip out the AI nursery rhymes, please, guys.
Please,
I'm begging you. So we go down a little bit more with the chapter, and we see more nightmare monsters. And before we get to the main ones that give the giants trouble, we actually see some new ones here. Besides the wives later, we see a giant pumpkin jack-o'-lantern monster, a dogfish, and a dog spider. What seems to be a chimera sphinx. And let me see. Yeah, that's it.
One of those knights looks sick, though.
One of the knights?
Yeah, the one with the spear.
Let me see. Where you see?
Next to the dog
spider?
Oh,
yeah, Pantheon. Yeah, I called his ass Pantheon.
Yeah,
yeah, you got Pantheon up there, brother.
Yeah, he got ganked too many times. This kid's playing League.
Wait. If this was a League, this could just be League a 4-stack, right?
Oh shit.
Yeah, so Pantheon, who would Nefiri, the dog spider? No, or would that be Elise? I think that'd be Elise.
Yeah, I think Elise. Yeah. Elise was fear-inducing in like what, season 6, I
Elise
think.
is still
Oh my
fear-inducing
God.
now. You just don't find good Elise players.
Yeah, oh, that's true.
So
That's
we have
true. That
Elise,
makes sense.
Pantheon. Who would the skeleton with the sword and shield be? Can't be Braum. Braum doesn't have a sword.
It's not skeleton either.
Yeah, Gangplank with the spooky Halloween skin. Doesn't have a shield,
that's not
but
bad.
I don't know. Olaf.
Yeah.
No, Olaf.
Tarek?
Tarek. Such a dumb character.
Tarek does have the gems thing,
He does,
right? Like
yeah.
he has a shield. Yeah, that could be. Tarek is kind of, he's spooky for a different thing.
Yeah.
Like that, if that's a support player with Nightmare, that's
player
a whole
Nightmare,
different.
man.
That just means that he doesn't get any resources.
Hey, yo, I'm not
That's
ganking bot, guys.
Yeah, no ganks, no CSS, nothing. He got no gold. This is poor man Tarek.
Yeah. And then Aurelian Sol in the background, that giant fish dog thing. Yeah, Goofy. Ooh. Forget about the skeleton guy. Let's go up with the pumpkin man. That could just be Fiddlesticks because he has the pumpkin skin.
Yeah. Oh,
I have that one.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. We got our team, dude.
I like it. Yeah, these kids have been playing League.
Yeah,
That's where they're nightmares.
They have nightmares of League of Legends. Me too, man. Me too.
Yeah. Oh god.
So while we're getting the message and seeing all these shots, Sommers calls himself the Dagger of the Holy Land.
The Dagger. Ooh,
that's pretty good, man. That's a good title.
Oh my god.
I love this title.
You are not.
What,
bro?
What?
I actually hold on. I like the Viz translation. So the TCB said I'm the Dagger of the Holy Knights. Viz went a little bit softer on like claiming the title the Dagger. He said I'm a dagger sent straight from
So like A versus the version, again. That's huge, right?
It actually is like
a dagger versus the dagger. The dagger implies that he's the only one. Like, you know, the other guys are different, but a dagger is
claiming
like,
the title.
Yeah, it's Viz versus TCB.
Like,
oh my god.
Okay, Gunko's a dagger.
Oh my god.
Sommers, yeah, a dagger. Killingham, a dagger. He's basically in this one. He's saying the Holy Knights are the daggers of the Gorse.
Yeah,
which also is still lame, but like
let me pop up OP scans. What do they say here? I got like a third source. OP scan says I am the Kaiken, which is dagger of the Holy Land. So OP scans goes with
the.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, which one is which? I'm getting it lost. So yes, OP scans goes with TCB. Because Viz says a dagger, TCB and OP says the dagger.
And another context where this is important, someone super chatted, I think, saying, now that we know Sommers is the dagger, do you think that Gunko is the arrow and Killingham is the
spear, the trident?
One. Oh, the trident, yeah. And
actually, let me see.
If we went with Viz, Sommers is essentially saying that the Holy Knights are the daggers.
They're all daggers. That's the big difference.
Yeah.
Which is a big, that's a big thing to point out.
I'd prefer that, and the onus still is on why dagger. like I feel like scabbard is way more. Like scabbard is the sheath of the sword. It's not threatening, but it makes sense. You know, like this is where like our daimyo, where the daimyo scabbards, the 9 scabbards. You know, it's like that sounds cooler than dagger. I'm sorry, even though it's the holder of the sword, it's still cooler than the dagger.
Yeah,
like the dagger is how Mihawk Lil broed Zoro. There was nothing cool about it. So it's other than it looked like the bigger sword, like a little bit.
I mean, I think it makes sense if like they all are different weapons.
Yeah, that would be the dagger though. So.
And I think dagger does fit Sommers because he is the thorn guy. So it's like little pricks, like little swords, little daggers.
He's a little prick, yeah.
No, yeah, like
so
it fits. It fits.
Yeah, the dagger would make more sense. But like then my problem is him choosing the dagger as like it's just like, damn, bro, you didn't like the machete. Like I don't know.
I mean, like, I don't think he gets to choose. To be honest, you think he chose?
Wait, they don't get to choose?
Oh, maybe they associated your power level or like based.
Yeah, but then it's like,
What if it's based on like what weapon you prefer?
Okay.
What if he likes daggers, Paul? You ever asked that?
Weirdo. I feel like anybody who said like anyone who's into blades and they're stuck with daggers, they might be a little creepy. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Are you judging people
Daggers
based
is a
on
weird
now?
obsession. Yeah, what do you mean? Daggers is a weird obsession.
I don't know.
I mean, okay, if someone had like a dagger collection, and I asked them like, okay, do you have like swords too, like katanas? I think most normal people have katana. Don't you have a katana?
No, I actually don't like katanas.
Okay, you have a sword.
Katanas are like an Asian stereotype. I expected more from you.
You
Par.
called me a sand ninja, bro. You called me a sand ninja. We're past Asian stereotypes.
I'm not a big katana guy. Like, you know, people see me, they're like, oh, there's Katana Sai. Sai, what katana you got today? 3-sword style, Sai. You know, like that's just racist, man. That's too much.
All right.
I'm actually like a long sword, claymore, broadsword kind of guy. Like, but nobody suspects it. You know,
so you have one. But you have one.
Yes.
Okay, you're right. See, do you have any daggers?
Yeah, I have 3.
You have 3.
Yeah.
Okay, but you also have like
little knives too.
Like,
not the same.
Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. You're an expert here. Okay, so
I'm not an expert.
Like, is little knives? Which one? Okay, on the tier list, is it daggers, little knives, or little knives and daggers?
Daggers are more dangerous than little knives.
Okay.
A lot more dangerous.
Okay. Oh, wait, little knives are? Do you mean like cooking utensils?
No.
Knives,
There's a difference, but there's like you can distinguish little knives, pocket knives, and daggers. And in some states, it's like illegal to have a dagger comparative to like a little knife.
Isn't dagger double? Isn't it both sides are sharpened, or was that not? I thought dagger's that.
Well, yeah, typically daggers both sides are sharpened, but I think another thing that changes it is the handle and like the blade length. Like there's a lot of like nuances that change like the classification of like the weapon.
What's the blade? What is dagger's bigger than little knife?
Yes. Typically.
Wait, what's the length of a dagger?
I don't know. Like I said, I'm not an expert. I just know like basic things.
But so a dagger's illegal in like states because it's like
yes.
too long, right? Probably
too long,
yeah.
And also it also has to do with the grip as well.
Wait, what's so scary about the grip?
Just like the way you can like stab people. Yeah, I mean, daggers are more lethal than little knives. I think everybody will agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not here saying that Samar should have said I'm a little knife of.
What I'm trying to say is that saying you're the dagger of the Holy Land isn't that bad, but it's just like there's cooler things like
but in a world
of
where
the Holy Land,
there's swords, katanas,
but daggers are deadly though. I mean, you correlate daggers with like assassins.
All right, not to bring out like Asian stereotypes, but is a kunai a dagger?
No, it's a kunai.
But like, okay, if we were to parallelize the cultures,
no.
Dagger to kunai?
No. They're just that different.
Why?
They just are, Par. I don't know how to tell you.
I
mean,
I meant like
that's like saying why is a gun not a rifle? It's like, well, I mean, there's some guns are rifles. But
wait, which one's the rifle? Kunai's the rifle.
They're both respectable weapons, Par. There's it doesn't have to be like one better than the other.
Wait, isn't a rifle a gun? Did you mean a pistol and a rifle?
So every rifle is a gun, but not every gun is a rifle.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So like, are you saying every kunai is a dagger, but not every dagger is a kunai?
No.
Oh,
I'm just saying I'm just saying there's a difference.
Yeah, but I'm saying because in the rifle gun one, you were saying that like because all rifles are guns, but not all guns are rifles. Yeah. So I thought that's what you were applying with the kunai thing, and I was like, wait, yeah. So I was confused.
That's just me saying there's a very distinct difference.
Okay, all right, we'll just move on because you said that there's no difference, A rifle is a gun. When I
But
get
there's
it's like
a
a square
difference there.
rectangle
It's
thing.
not the same though.
But there's an so gun is the umbrella.
Gun's the umbrella term.
Rifles underneath.
But what
the
I'm trying to say
umbrella.
is that okay,
Right.
getting back to the brass tacks part, not every little knife is a dagger, and not every kunai is a dagger. I think that's just racist.
Yeah, no, I'm not. So that's what I was saying. I was like, there's things crazier than a dagger that he could have said. Like,
I'm also saying that dagger is respectable though. There's nothing wrong.
Is
with
it? Yes. Which one's more respectable? A sword? Like
I think
what
it's
if what if the 20 kings? What if the 20 kings gave up the 20 daggers instead of the swords? The swords carries crazier. If we said, oh, they had to put that, the reason why the Nefertari, there's only 19 daggers because the Nefertari didn't want to give up the dagger. I feel like swords is crazier, right?
I mean that's because people like swords, and swords are, typically correlated to like, straight up brawlers and fighters. But what I'm saying is that daggers are really good still. Like, I don't think saying swords are better means that daggers are worse. Like, daggers are the main tool for assassins. There's nothing wrong with that.
I guess. I see. Okay, I see what you're saying. So you're saying that when he's saying instead of because then if he's, that goes back to the I'm the versus the I'm a, right? If he's saying that they're the assassins, I'm a makes more sense. Unless he's saying he's the assassin of the thing, then I'm the dagger, and then other people are other things. But if the Holy Knights as a whole are like the assassin unit, then I'm a dagger, and they're all like the assassins. That's where the wording and that's where
the wording definitely
play.
Yeah.
And yeah. That's
what I'm saying is that either way,
dagger's
not it's not awful.
Yeah, right, but if that's what I was saying, that I would like I'm a dagger because then it would apply if they're all the daggers and they're all assassins. That's awesome. I like that. If he's and then he has no like correlation to it, and then honestly, some of the other people might be better as assassins. Like, is Gunko better as an assassin? I don't know.
But I mean, okay. Now you're getting too hung up on the daggers equals assassin part. Like, I associate Summers with a dagger because of his prickly ability, because he has thorns, and thorns are like daggers. It doesn't have to be just like, he's an assassin, guys.
I associated his, like, I mean, he is a thorn person, not the vine person. It's just the thorns come out with the vines. And
he is like a thorn person, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The fruit is the thorn fruit, but the way thorns stereotypically come out are vines, and the way that normally is the whip. Like, most thorn is whip like, which is funny because he's carrying a giant stick with spikes on it, which is funny.
What I'm trying to say is that even if there's a sword of the Holy Land, an arrow of the Holy Land, a trident of the Holy Land, I don't think dagger's necessarily like at the bottom because it's a dagger. I think it's still a very respectable weapon. That is very dangerous.
As a weapons expert, which weapon would be the best for torturing? Is whip the best one, or is there a different weapon?
Whip isn't the best one. I mean, they're not.
Is flail?
I mean, flail. I like flail, whip. I mean, it kind of depends on the person.
Dang.
And then I feel like a lot of torture weapons aren't necessarily weapons even.
But it'd be crazy. Do you think if we find like the Holy Knights all have separate names, we're probably that's probably one of them. Like, one of them is going to be like the whip or the torturing.
Yeah,
weapon.
I think flail,
whatever that weapon is going to be. Yeah, the flail
of the Holy
That'd
Land.
be kind of sick, actually. It's probably a girl though. The way Oda.
I don't know. Flails are typically associated with paladins, dudes. Yeah.
Yeah, big brawl. Yeah.
Like, yeah.
But Oda's been doing like the whole dominatrix with like the girls, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that could change.
Oda could flip it on
yeah.
Head. Yeah, that's true.
I mean, Gunko's an arrow. Gunko's not like the sexy arrow necessarily.
True. Yeah, and she hasn't even done
arrow.
Like bow and arrow type stuff. I love bow and arrows, and I know you hate them, but Yeah. Damn, she didn't use bow and arrows.
We could see a flail, like you said. We could see a claymore, a mace.
What is a claymore? I'm sorry, I'm like Call of Duty brain rot, so like I'm thinking like C4.
Claymore is just like think of it like a great sword.
Gotcha.
with
Gotcha.
the pretty long
Two-handed.
Yeah, two-handed long handle or long
It's
handle
meant for
guard.
blunt force, not cutting.
I believe a claymore is also the one where you can like hold. There's like a little grip on it. We can like shove it into things.
Oh,
Or
like
is that a
piercing.
Zweihander? Yeah,
Not,
it's like you can pierce with it
but
really well.
it's not meant for like slicing, but
You can still
piercing is
slice with
also
it.
different because like swords could still slice,
Yeah.
but I'm saying it's like it's not like because like the way they like blacksmith the stuff, like they make some things for piercing, some things for slicing, some things for blunt force. Like one's like a sword's like sometimes you have to use the broadside, and some swords like katanas aren't meant to take stress that way.
Yeah.
So
But yeah, we can see
yeah,
a
I'd
lot
be
of
more of a
weapons.
blacksmith if I was back then.
What weapon would you want to see?
Whip is weird because it's cool, but like it's also like I don't know. I feel like it's not that it's overdone either. I feel like there's cool ways to use whips, and Oda would probably use them in a cool way. I'm trying to think, like in One Piece, how many characters use whips? Like in a real fight, not like in a gag fight. You know what I mean?
In
Like
a
I
real
don't
fight?
think that there's. Yeah, I feel like whip isn't that common, right?
I think just Sadie.
Sadie, yeah, exactly. So maybe whip, but like that's where it's also like we've seen so many iterations of whips. I don't even know, like whips that like split, whips that like harden into swords, whips that transform into things. So that's where I'm like, so like what kind of thing? Honestly, this is kind of stupid. But like when I think medieval, I think guillotine, and I know that's not like a combat weapon, but like if Oda were to like somehow make like a guillotine into like someone's crazy enough to make that into a 1v1 hand combat weapon, it'd be kind of funny. But
I think
yeah, he can.
There's an anime that's done it before. Like they break the
Oh,
guillotine
really?
and use the blade. Yeah, it's either an anime or a game.
What anime is that?
Yeah,
that's a sick game, probably, or maybe it's bad. I don't know.
Yeah, you could have a guillotine of the Holy Land.
Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Yeah, it would be like another one, like the crucifix, like just like it doesn't necessarily need to be. Oh, the scythe.
The Scythe of the Holy Land. Yeah, that's a fun one.
Yeah, scythe would be sick. And the cool thing about that one is it's not technically like that wasn't really a weapon. That was a farming tool. So
the axe of the Holy
like
Land.
Farmers.
But if there was an actual axe of the Holy Land, we should have brought them to Elbaph. Have them fight Scopper or something.
Yeah, that's true. Should have.
Yeah. So what would you prefer? Would you rather all of them be the dagger, or would you rather them be different things?
I mean, it jumbles in with what kind of backstory. Yeah, it just has to fit their backstory, like we don't know what they've been doing. If their role that we find out is that they're literally just doing the cleansing events, then separate weapons make sense, right? But I'm a dagger, and then we put the Holy Knights in the role of like these, like it would be like CP9 and CP0, but then the Holy Knights are just like one step higher, I guess. And then what missions do they do, right? Like if we found out that they did something that we know about in the One Piece history that made sense, but we found out that they were behind all of it, and they were like, that kind of thing. I'm not saying like assassin. That's like undercover, right? Like a hidden blade type of thing, right? That would be kind of sick. Like they put the blame on everybody else. No one even knew that they were there. This event was so crazy, and it just all came down to everyone putting blame on the other person. We find out that the Holy Knights was behind all of it. I don't know what event you could do that for where it would be that great of a thing, because like what I'm saying is like Oiko Kingdom, for example, we've talked about that, right? Cleansing event, let's say it's not a cleansing event, and it was something that like the pirates blamed the Marines and the Marines blamed the pirates, and we find out like the Holy Knights instigated all of this, and like Doflamingo was somehow involved in there too, right? Like it'd be crazy to have something like that, and then like maybe the daggers make sense there, right? I wouldn't be mad either way. I just want the backstory and like their role to like make sense, and that's honestly a tall order, because like you can go so many different directions with the Holy Knights. I remember one time we went with like a One Punch Man version of it, where they're like fighting a greater.
It could even it could even be like associated to the royal family as well. Like maybe back 900 years ago, each family used a different weapon. Not like they tried to do that, but you know, like in anime fashion, they all just do. I mean, which the Nefertaris, I mean, with Vivi, she uses a really weird weapon. I don't know what to call it. Like, she called it the peacock feather or something.
Oh,
the little
she
finger
also
weapon.
had like, yeah, she had the yo-yo knife.
Yeah,
thing.
The yo-yo knife of the Holy Land. That'd be cool.
Kind of sick, but like also
really dumb.
It was just on a bad character.
Yeah, it lasted for all like of
that's
I think,
something
2 episodes, 2 chapters.
That was also because Oda didn't know that Miss Wednesday was going to be Vivi.
Yeah.
So and then later on he just let Vivi use it one time to like break Crocodile's table or whatever. Like that's a weapon like Shinobu. Like if Shinobu had some cracked ass thing, right?
It would be that.
But, you know. Yeah.
That would have made sense.
Raizo. No, that's an Asian stereotype site.
She's a ninja though. Ninjas use kunai.
I mean,
and she's from Wano.
Are we gonna say all? Yeah, but not all Wanos are Asian.
You don't know that yet. They could be. We could make them.
Not all. Yeah, we could make them. Yeah. Did Shinobu? Wait, Shinobu doesn't have like a family name, right?
No.
Damn.
I don't think anybody wanted her.
I wonder where. Damn. I was just like, what if she just immigrated?
Ugh.
What if she was like a white person going to Japan and wanting to be like super weeby?
And that's Shinobu? No, I mean Wano's just too hard to get in.
She like isn't her main jutsu a kite?
It's not really a jutsu. I think she just turns into a kite. she's like a flying squirrel.
She goes nin and then squirrel, right? Like some shit like that.
I don't think she does the nin.
Not. Oh, she doesn't?
No, that's a Raizo only thing.
I thought she learned from the greatest ninja ever, Raizo.
No, they had no time to like learn. Remember?
Yeah. I think Raizo's
Shinobu showed up on their darkest day, and that was it.
I think Raizo's backstory too is like he's such a great ninja that he remembers all the jutsus and like Fukurokuju.
Yeah,
right. That was the guy. He was like bewildered by his jutsu prowess because like Raizo's the greatest and like remembered all the jutsus in like a night or something like that.
You're like the number one Raizo glazer.
Yeah. Wait, glazer?
Yeah, that's not a bad thing.
I'm just I just like listen, like some people hold on to titles like world's greatest swordsman, right? And the thing is, it's like, you know, and they have to combat like who did Mihawk fight as a swordsman? We have Vista. But we know it's canon. Raizo fought the great ninja war against the other greatest ninja and proved himself to be the greatest ninja in the world. Right? So that is a title we kind of have to respect.
Nah, we don't have to respect it.
Wait, what do you mean he's the greatest ninja of the world?
We don't have to respect it.
Ninjas.
Because, like, I mean, yeah, he's the greatest among a bunch of losers. Like, what are we saying?
Damn.
I mean, that's true, though. Like,
that's
like saying, oh, my son is the strongest kid in kindergarten in his class. And you look around and it's a bunch of babies just crawling on the floor. It's like, okay.
You're saying ninjas is equivalent to kindergarten?
It's just an analogy.
Wano's millions, and if not billions of people on Wano, bro.
It's just an analogy, Par.
It's crazy. I'm just saying the well that you put kindergarten isn't this. Wano's a big well. Remember your goat, Akainu. Who is he afraid of again?
He's not afraid.
The Wano knees.
If you wanted a cope for Akainu, you could just say that Akainu, he's the careful guy. He's not gonna send his soldiers.
No, the cope is he respects strength. Side.
No, the cope is that he wants to make sure of where he's sending his men. He didn't have any intel on Wano. Don't send him to Wano.
No, he had plenty of intel. He had sword info. That's where all the intel came from. Drake.
Yeah, but remember he said the mysterious samurai of Wano. Like they're powerful guys. Like No, no,
Yeah,
no.
so he had people infiltrating there, and he still
My
respected
my
them.
my
He
go-to
knew.
Kainu does not fear these Wano samurai.
Damn, just
Blasphemous.
say that. Just say what village are they? Sand ninjas too?
The Wano samurai? No.
Oh, Raizo is because Udon. Oh no, he's Hidden Village, Hidden Leaf,
Yeah, I think all of
because
Wano's just
it's
hidden
like
leaf.
because Green Bull. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, awesome.
So we go down a little bit more, and yeah, we see the Sommer's snake vine thorn thing, and then we cut over
From
to the
Orochimaru.
kids. We see the kids, they're all walking in a line. Colin has now joined them. They're all awake as well.
Yeah.
And we get introduced to every single kid thanks to Ange. I kind of skipped the middle portion about the wives. We'll get there in a minute, though. We have Ylva, which we already knew her. Scotty, we heard his name earlier as well. Olaf, Colleen, Mug, Ronya, Bent, Joanna, and Bjorn. And these kids, they got personality. You know, Oda made sure to give them their own panel so we see what they're all about. And they're all very quirky. They're all different. And yeah, do you think they're going to get kidnapped? And also, who's your favorite kid so far?
Favorite kid?
Yeah, based on personality. Just,
I think. I mean, we didn't get too much, but like Scotty was cool. I think
yeah.
Colleen, was cool. Like those would be interesting ones to watch. I'm even looking at like the panel where we see them. Colin's like whatever, because like obviously he's gonna be cool. He's Scopper's kid. Like that's not like he's the wet dream that like so many people wanted Mihawk to be. When you think about it, everybody wanted Mihawk to be Rayleigh's child. This is what you wanted. This is Colin right here, Scopper's child with a considerably strong baddie, right? That's all people wanted. Rayleigh plus baddie equals Mihawk. Mihawk is standing, Mihawk equivalent parallel right here. So it's like, yeah, Colin's cool, whatever. He's gonna be fun, interesting. He's gonna have I hope he's gonna have like an arc that we like end up caring about,
Yeah.
and I think he has good setup for it. But I'm looking at the panel and like Scotty is like when you look at it, he's the most aware. Like he's actually like, this is problematic. The predicament we're in is not normal. And he's like, yikes, what is happening, right? And he's not like, I want to see my mommy, I want to see my daddy. He's not saying that, which, no, nothing on the kids for being like that. It makes sense. They just woke up and started walking. I saw a short the other day about saying like, it must be terrifying being like a 1-year-old or 2-year-old going to sleep and then waking up in the middle of a Walmart. And like, it's like, that's true. Like, that's kind of
Just everything
freaky,
changes.
Yeah. Just like you just go to sleep randomly through the day and you just wake up and you get isekai'd every single time. Like that's what a kid's like normal reality is, right? But obviously these are
Or like
20-year-olds,
you
so
poop and then like it just goes away, disappears.
just disappeared.
Yeah.
Your poop gets isekai'd too.
Dang.
Yeah, so like these kids, like the only difference is these kids are 20. They've been around the block, so it's a little different. Yeah. There's a lot of interesting things Oda can do, and I think, like you said, like Oda put stock in introducing each one in a very interesting way, to say the least, because it's in a hostage situation. Oda said, "Fuck these kids at the school. We're not gonna introduce them then. We're gonna introduce them while they're kidnapped." Right, which is fair. I'm glad Oda did that because there's so many kids there. That'd be like Oda having to pick favorites.
Yeah, and we
which,
wouldn't be able to keep track with them since they're all like muddled together.
Yeah. So I'm curious to see how much, like you said, like we got a bit of personality. I wonder how much of that matters in their escape, in their handling, in their arc. Will we actually know a lot? But I'm kind of optimistic. I feel like this might be like the good version of the Scabbards. Like we like sort of get introduced to them and we get just enough story where it makes sense of how we got introduced to them. You know what I mean? Like to a certain extent, like the Scabbards like mattered so much. We knew all of them, their backstory. We got double backstories. And then at the end of the day, did it really, really matter? So maybe this is like the good version of it. 10 kids.
Yeah.
They're all they kind of have the Scabbards walk too.
They have the Scabbard walk.
Yeah, when
they
Odin
walk
was
like
walking
Hidden
to
Leaf
Kaido.
Village ninjas.
The scabbards had the same 10 shadows against the sunset, you know? Same thing. We're getting that.
Yeah, we're getting
These
it
are the
here.
new scabbards.
I mean,
Yeah,
people are
yeah,
saying,
yeah.
or well, not people, but a couple of people are saying that maybe, just maybe, this is going to be the two-piece pirates, or maybe they'll be like the new giant warrior pirates.
That's racist. They're all giants.
Yeah.
Oh. You didn't mean the straw hats. You meant the new giant.
Yeah,
pirates.
yeah.
Gotcha. When you said two-piece, I thought straw hats. My bad.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, hey, why not? That honestly better. Roto joined Hiredin because he was nice to him, right? This is like actual trauma bonding right now. They all got kidnapped together. Their backstory, this is insane.
Yeah, like imagine if Colin saves everybody here and he's like, hey guys, I want to start a pirate crew. I need people. Like, would you be indebted to Colin and go? Like, maybe.
I don't think it's indebted. I think that they would have respect.
Oh, they're like, you know what? It's good to be strong. Let's be like Colin and be pirates. Yeah. That would suck.
Because he's been wanting that. And all at school, they're all like, you're a loser for being a warrior. You know, that's so last.
It's like an Asian pirate's nightmare. Or Asian parents' nightmare. Then, just like, oh, like my son dropped out of school to become a pirate. Damn it. He was almost finished.
Yeah. But like when you have a backstory like this, it's like you can't blame them. They all got kidnapped, bro. Like this is on you, the parents, to shield. If you wanted them to be peaceful and good at the piano and good at school, yeah, like I guess that's why the helicopter tiger mom thing exists, because it's like if you want the kid to be good at piano, keep him out of gangs, right? This is constant gang right now.
Keep him out of gangs.
And like now, but the thing is, this is a justified gang. They got put into the gang, you know?
Yeah.
So if they come out trauma bonded, you know, like that's how it be.
I mean, maybe
you can't blame them.
I mean, maybe you can. Maybe you're like, hey, like this wouldn't have happened if you read more books.
No, I feel like it would have been worse.
No, like I mean, you could lie to them, be like, hey, if you just read a couple more books, you would have been you would have become a mage.
Damn, is this the parenting of no nursery rhymes and just straight lying?
That's my advice. Lie to your kids.
Yeah, no nursery rhymes. Cocoa Melon. No, I'm joking. You don't like Cocoa Melon, so that's good. But yeah,
not yet. Maybe I'll change my opinion on Cocoa Melon soon.
Yeah, you'll have a character arc.
My
how do you think
Melon
it feels
though?
Arc. They say like, yeah, but we can't control our feet. It seems like they control their arms. Like, what would this feel like? I can't like imagine.
I mean, I can't imagine how most
crazy.
things in One Piece feel, to be fair.
True.
It's like
if you just woke up in the middle
like sugar,
of,
like, oh, what do you think
forest.
it feels like to be turned into a toy? I don't know. Probably not good.
Okay, but like, yeah, but like,
I feel pretty bad.
This one, we're not that far from this. You just get a few of Elon's neural links. You got it.
I mean, just imagine walking, but you can't stop. I'm assuming that's what it feels like.
I can't imagine. That's so hard. Like no one's there to hold a gun.
Like you can't imagine walking.
I can imagine walking,
okay,
but not
fatty.
my own body. I've been a bit like the feeling of like not like when the post surgery can't lift my body up, you know, that's different. But like I can't imagine walking and then not being able to stop myself from walking. But then on top of that, like, and I was gonna pivot, but then you brought the other thing. I was gonna say, how would you feel if you just woke up and you were just walking in the middle of the forest with your friends? What would be the first words?
I mean, in real life or the One Piece world?
In real life, but you're 8.
I'd kind of laugh at it. I mean, I'm a laugher. If I saw the boys there and we were all walking, I'd be like, oh, this is kind of silly, huh?
That's mad funny. I'm a laugher. I don't know why. That sounded so scary when you said it, but I was laughing because yesterday we were playing this game, like an imposter game, and like and I'm always smiling. So the other people that I didn't really know too well, they're like, I think he's sus because he's laughing. And then everyone who knew me is just like, no, he's just like that. Like he's just always laughing.
He just likes laughing.
So it doesn't matter. Yeah, they're like, oh, that's not why he'd be sus in this thing. He's just always smiling. So
I'd be like,
yeah. And I had a partner.
I'd wake up and I'm like, hey guys, ain't this some shit?
Yeah, this is crazy. I'd probably be hungry.
Look at our legs, man.
Yeah. Do you think that this works on the adult giants?
Yes.
Because that's where I thought like that was a shocker that they were still locked in while they were awake. I thought like half of it was like they were sleepwalking, like they were sleeping, they were walking. It's like, no, it turns out they were just walking while asleep, which is like a little different than sleepwalking a little bit. It's not the same nuance I'm memeing here, but like they are still walking while they're awake, which is crazy. So then I'm like, wait, that kind of like, you know, like could Gunko just do this to adults? Like maybe like what would be the way to break out of this? Like how do you, because what's the activation on this too? You know what I mean? Did she just put like when Saul was here, how come the arrow didn't affect him? But like what, she just put Colin in front of them and now Colin's is stuck? Like it's super interesting, I feel like.
I think maybe Gunko didn't care for Saul. Like to them this is just the game. You know, they just want the kids, they're having fun. And Saul's not exactly a threat either, so I think that's just how it is.
So like, but like so in that world, right?
Yeah.
The arrow has to like she has to want Saul to be whatever. Like there has to be like a criteria. Like it's not just like the arrow's pointing forward and anyone who's lined up next to it starts walking forward. It's like she has to like.
Yeah.
All right.
I feel like most abilities, it's kind of like intentional.
I mean, the arrow one is a very interesting. Like, I feel like in Demon Slayer, for example, the arrow is just the arrow. Like you go there and it's a force vector kind of thing, right? And then you could change the arrow, but it had nothing to do with like you don't have to think about the thing, and that's where the arrow part comes into play. And we've still been discussing it, how she uses it. And if people bring up the Soul Eater reference, I don't know that one too well, but I think that one also has like a passive function like that too.
But I think the problem is that this is like the One Piece world, so it's a little bit different. I feel like abilities usually you have to like want something to happen for it to happen.
I'm trying to think if there's a different, I guess like there is abilities, but like Miss Golden Week, you just see the stamp, the sign, and then you become friendly, you betrayal black, Luffy just had to look at it. Friendly green, he just had to see it, right? Like there are abilities that do have that passive thing, but that one wasn't a devil fruit ability. I'm trying to think, was there another devil fruit ability that just kind of like worked that you didn't have to really think about it?
I don't think so.
Yeah, like sugars would be an interesting one, but like we don't have another user to compare. Like it's a hobby fruit, so like she turns everyone into toys, but like what if your hobby's not toys, right? Like what if it's something else? What if it's Play-Doh?
Yeah, but I mean, like she intentionally like turns you into those things though, you know?
Yeah,
like, I mean, like getting back to the brass tacks, it's like, you know, like it's all about intention. Like Gunko doesn't care for Saul walking, so it doesn't affect Saul. And I'm sure like if she wanted to, she could also make it to where like if you just get next to the arrow, it does work.
Right.
It's like Luffy, like when he's in Gear 5th, I'm sure like there's things he doesn't want to rubberize and he just keeps it normal. I think it's all just choice.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's where the it's kind of like what Rayleigh said about like like Conker's Hockey controlling it, right? It'd be a detriment if Luffy's power was something that he just rubberized everything.
Yeah.
Right. But we know that he doesn't do that. Right. So that's why, you know, figuring out how Gunko's power works in this light would be kind of interesting, especially because it's like if it just works on adult, would it just be hockey then? It'd just be hockey.
Yeah, it'd just be like a hockey class. Right? You just gotta overpower her hockey, which, you know, if she has hockey too, if she goes crazy with it, I mean, I don't think you can.
I wish we had seen Saul use hockey on the arrow. I wish. Because that would work in your mind, right? Like if you hockey pulled the arrow, would you not be able to break the thing?
I mean, you should. I mean, like I said, it comes down to like, can you outpower Gunko's hockey at that point?
Yeah, that's where Oda is a little weird on it because like it's not like she's using hockey on it, right? Like if in this moment she's not using hockey on it, right? You walk up to the thing and Luffy puts, or not Luffy, but like, you know, someone with like regular hockey. Saul would be the best one, I guess, regular, and he just grabs the thing. You'd be able to alter it, right? Like that would make sense.
Ideally, yeah, but what if she can
Yeah.
just put Haki on it post cast?
Right.
Like
right.
she realizes
And then
Saul's doing that,
it's-
and then boom, just Haki activates. Just, you know.
Haki activates at distance. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
that
we've
would be-
seen
I would
Haki
like
with
it.
Paramecia things too, like Doflamingo, right, with his strings. So
Yeah, but he had to. It was like the Haki like has to come from him, right? Like meaning he's the central part, right?
yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, at
so
least
that would
from
be
the instances we
difference.
saw, because like it's all connected to his fingers.
Right. So he had to apply the Haki. Still, it wasn't like even. I mean, even when we see Rio, it's still from you going out. So it's not like she gets like a ping. Oh my God, there's someone touching the thing here. Like I'm just gonna put Haki on that part. It has to like go to her, go for there. So like, but still, my point is just like, at what parts of her ability can she, like, okay, in that instance, right? You're saying she has to play Haki, right? Like when she's trying to control the person, it's just sort of the devil fruit and Haki separation is, because then you're saying like, could she control someone with Haki like this? Like that's where it's crazy. Like how does this power like stop and start? It's kind of like the sleeping thing too. Like how do you put people to sleep? And was it just kids, or could he have put adults to sleep too? Which is also funny because I guess this chapter explains why he kept Ange alive, or awake. But the sleep paralysis thing is pretty funny in the grand scheme of things, and how he's able to do that and to who, right?
Yeah.
I guess the simplest thing is just that Ange isn't the combatant, so it was easier to subdue her with the power than just brute force, right? But I wonder, his power plus Haki, can he put Saul to sleep, right? That would be the same thing in the Gunko scenario. Her power plus Haki, can she make Saul walk the plank, right? Like, is that how that works? Or is it just not, does it just negate because of Haki? It'd be interesting.
I think it's just a battle of wills at that point. Whoever has the best Haki just kind of wins that out.
Yeah. Guess we'll find out soon enough. The fights will be really wild, because then what, Robin doesn't have Haki like that. Does Gunko just negate her? Like, would it be that simple?
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, but that's
Robin's
why that's
just
important,
counters
right?
it. I mean, I never said it's not important. I'm just saying like there's just too many nuances.
No, I'm saying I'm not saying for you. I'm saying like for all the people who are like thinking about Robin fighting this, right? Earlier when we were talking about it, we didn't consider the possibility that Gunko just.
I mean, the thing is, though, is that like you mentioned it, right? Like the kids right now, their hands can move on their own. Like they can do their own thing.
Yeah.
So Robin could technically just fluere like out of that whole situation.
Who's to say? What if Gunko just like changes it and makes their arms controlled too, right? It's kind of, that's where it's like the limiter so wild.
But then Robin could also try to do everything without like build a clone of herself, because she can technically do that with Demonio Fleur and the bigger version of herself.
She does have to do the cross thing though.
For now. What if she awakens?
That would be sick. That if that comes out of the Gunko, because she's in front of the Gunko thing, and sorry to say, but Robin's low-key closer to the kids than Saul in terms of like Haki prowess. So like if we were to say who's a good example of how this power works against Robin, these kids are actually not terrible, because we haven't seen Robin use like proficient amount of Haki of any sort. So like the way these kids are operating, Robin would be kind of in the same state if Gunko so chose to. In a fighting scenario, who's to say that Gunko could just do that? Which is also funny, because then why didn't she just do that to Strahd in the first place? That's where the One Piece logic comes into play. Because then the only person who I would think that would be able to break it would be Jinbei, right? Usopp, Nami, and Brook would all succumb to the same thing that Robin would, right? But Gunko still fought all of them instead of using her arrows to just dispatch them, right? Which that goes down to like not wanting to fight the Straw Hats. She fought them. It's interesting. It's still interesting. Damn.
Yeah. So we go down a little bit more, and Summers finishes up his message saying, hey, if you want the kids to be freed, if you want the kids to be let go, you got to burn down the schools, burn down the library. The giants have to do it. And Jarul is the one giant who gets to make this call. He has all the power here. The king's gone, so it's Jarul now. And, pretty impressive that he knows about Jarul, right? I think King Harold might have told Sommers about him. I think that's the most logical output, or unless they just have like that intel, I guess. That's also a possibility. But yeah, as far as Jarl goes, do you think Jarl is going to take this offer? Do you think he's going to turn it down? Like, where are you at?
I mean, I know a grandparent's weakness to their children, so like they'll just fold for that. Like it's his grandkids, great grandkids.
And if they're killing him one by
I could
one,
see him
they
folding.
don't have a lot of time.
Yeah, and then the other part is we don't like. The thing is, like Jarl was put in this position, right? Like, but like, and he cares about Elbaph, but like. He's also not the speaker of Elbaph, really. Like, really, he's sitting there like, wait, why am I the person to choose for Elbaph? Because he's not like an elected official. He's not the king. He's never really was. He's just a respected dude, right? Because he was the ex like giant pirate captain from like many years ago. Beyond some of these dudes' lifespans, probably.
Yeah.
Because Dory and Brogy were the captains 100 years ago. And this guy's 400 years old, so it's probably before Dory and Brogy. And so he's a respected dude. And I don't know, in that light, I feel like his choice is just like, yeah, I'll agree to it. But that's where it's funny because the chapter shows like the people who really matter in terms of getting the decision made are not involved because Jarul is a figurehead. A chosen figurehead, but like the people that Sommers has to have bend the knee are the ones running at him fighting. Like they literally said, we don't care about that. And Dory, Brogy, Oimo, Kashi, the other giants, they're about to run at them. And Scopper's already got the head start. They all basically unanimously agreed, like, yeah, we're going to continue fighting. And that's what's funny about the hostage situation. Usually the hostage, you get the person with the power to get you what you want to negotiate with you. That's the first thing. Who's in charge? That's who I'm going to talk to.
Yeah.
Right. I'm not going to negotiate with someone who doesn't have the power, but they elected someone who doesn't have the power. And it's even more so because the other person with the power is down at the underworld realm, and he technically would have the power to make or break Elbaph if he so chose. And we kind of get that inkling because of Hyrden. Hyrden was like, Loki was like, do you really want me to raise and kill all of Elbaph? And Iron's like, hold on. I know, like, he basically kind of validated that it's possible. Like, Loki has the potential to do so. And he's like, wait, no, don't do that. That decision shouldn't be on. Like, I don't want to be the person that goads you into doing that. Right. And so Sommers is not talking to the right person.
He should talk to Hyrden.
And the resistance isn't going to come from Jarul. It's not coming from, Hyrden's the other person, the other person who has the choice. So it's funny. Loki, Hyrden, and then the giant pirates are the people that are most important. And I think the leverage that Sommers is like the misinformation, because he tells Jarul they went down. And so Jarul is going to be making a decision based off of the idea that the giant pirates are out of the picture. He's like, well, if the giant pirates are out of the picture, they're our strongest force. You have my grandchild. And so, I guess we have to burn down this shit. And he sends out a call to all of the villages, burn down your schools. We're going to burn down the library. That's what you have to do. But like at the end of the day, it doesn't stop that the giant pirates are about to run at him. So
but they should
I
have
don't
done.
really know. I think Jarl just bends though.
Oh yeah. I mean, if Sommers really had all the intel too, what he should have done is he should have like given the order in which the kids were going to be killed. Like, Ylva's going to go first. And then he's like, whoa, my granddaughter? And then plus, like, if Jarl says no, right? Like, let's say Jarl says no, I'm not going to bend the knee. The other parents are going to end up fighting Jarl. Like imagine you don't know the order in which the kids would be killed. And your kid's among all, like, the 10 of them. And it's like, whoa, like, what if my kid's first? What if my kid's second? And then Jarl's over here saying, no, we're not going to bend the knee. It's like, whoa, Jarl, you don't speak for all of us. Save my kid, bro. What are you doing?
Yeah.
So.
And that's where it's interesting because the Holy Knights don't know the kids. Like Ange didn't say. We don't know if it was like when Jarul said that is great granddaughter. We don't know if Somers receives that information. Like I'd like to think he did. I'd want it to be that he probed everyone's reaction to figure out whose kids, whose parents. Like, because the point of saying the names is to figure like. Because the thing is, they took a random sample of children. They asked Ange who the names are. They had no idea that Ilva was the granddaughter of Jarul. Even before the names are released, he already had chosen Jarul.
Yeah.
So he didn't know. And so that's where it's interesting because I would have liked it if it was something like the Saul situation where they, from a distance, were like, do you see the stupid face? Like they were registering what Saul was doing, trying to save the kids and messed up. If they had all the kids' names be said and they were like observation hockey probing reactions, like, oh shit, this is the great grandchild of Jarul. Well, perfect, but that's not necessarily how it happens. We don't know if that information went back. So the other part of like what you're saying is like, they want the parents to fight back. They only chose 10. And we see like, Oimo is one of the parents. Bent is a parent as well. Bent has a parent, and his parents on the Giant Pirates. And obviously Jarul is one of them. Johanna doesn't have parents or parents that are reacting in this thing, or guardians that are reacting. And so it's interesting too because this like Jarul's kind of at a spot where the only answer is to just say yes, because the other part is that everyone has to follow through with the other half, which is burn down the village, burn down the schools and the library, right? It doesn't matter what Jarul says because they want them to burn down those things. So because of that, it's also interesting too, because on top of that, they have to pledge allegiance. So like that's a very anti-giant thing to do in a lot of ways. I mean, the other example is Oimo and Kashi bending the knee at Ennie's lobby for Dorian Brogy, but like, will a random giant do that for another random giant's kid? Maybe, right? But they would be more inclined to if all the kids were important. If you had 10 Ilvas, sure. But maybe you just need one Ilva, right? And that's why I think that, yeah, ultimately Oda's going to put Jarul in the position of encouraging everyone else to agree because his child's there. And because it's Jarul, the rest of the giants, even giants who are like Roto type, where like Roto's kind of ostracized, even someone like him would be like, damn, it's Jarul's kid. I have to respect that.
Yeah.
Because like, yeah, like even Roto cares to a certain extent. And Roto's a good example because everyone ostracizes him.
I mean, like if your kid was in this line, I'd fight for your kid.
Yeah, but that's because you know me, right?
True.
I'm not a Jarul, right? And it's like you chose 10. Elbaph is huge, right? So it's like you would, but like, okay, let's choose the YouTubers. It's not like, I don't know, it's not like Morge would, right? Morge wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Even though we're all in the same group, even if we're all in the Giant Pirates together, right? Like it's like, damn, really, I have to pledge my allegiance for his kid.
I mean, right? I wouldn't mind
if I was okay. Like I'm memeing here, but like if Tekking, right?
I wouldn't let Morge and Tekking's kid die on my watch.
Yeah, that's fair, right? But like what I'm saying is like I'm saying in this regard, Tekking's like the Jarul, right? Like then it's like, all right, hold on, the Jarul. I'm trying to think of like, okay, like I guess the Jarul for us would be like what, Oda, I guess, like, but because like Jarul is the oldest man on Elbaph, like the most respected person, right? I guess like, would we put our lives on the line for Oda's kids? Would you?
Yeah, see? I would. I'm just a nice guy.
I remember I made a thing where it's like, I remember I made it wasn't a poll. Oh, it was a poll. Like when Oda got the eye surgery, I was like, would you give up one eye? You wouldn't go blind, but you would give up an eye. Would you give an eye so that Oda could finish the series?
No.
And a lot of people said yes, but then a lot of the pushback were like, bro, it's not that big a deal, right? So that the whole point is like, what would you sacrifice for someone else? And
But
right
the thing
now,
is, all they're
Sai, would you
sacrificing
pledge
is
your
all they're sacrificing is a library and a school. I do it.
no, they're pledging allegiance. Their sovereignty is gone.
I don't mind that.
You would give up your freedom.
It's not even their freedom. You just work for the world government. I'm a world government simp. Yeah, you're asking the wrong guy when it comes to that. The only downside I see are like the only downside I see are like the losing the school and library, which is whatever.
Right, but but in order to properly answer the question, you have to put yourself in the perspective that the Giants are not simps like you. They care about their freedom, and they don't actually. You know what?
I mean, you also have to wonder, like, what if they always wanted to join the world government? Because that's something that some countries do go after. Like, it's sought after by Fishman Island, for example.
The Giants.
We haven't asked.
Famously,
we have not asked about their political structure and what they want.
No, hold on. Mother Caramel's entire thing was negotiating peace between the Giants who want to raise the world government single-handedly because they were going to execute 4 Giants. And ever since that was entire strife and struggle between the Giants and the world government. They're isolated for a lot of those reasons.
Yeah,
and
but
they valued Mother Caramel for giving that peace.
Yeah, but and then guess what? Mother Carmel helped bring Giants into the Navy. Like, they're getting more and more into the system. And what if they like it? What if they're like, oh,
well, we don't know.
Yeah, exactly, we don't know. Like, what if they do like say, oh, like, you know, Captain John, he's making a name for himself. He's doing really good in the Navy.
I'm saying we don't know if those could be Saul Giants from other places. That not Elbaph.
Maybe so,
but that's the dichotomy of what Saul. That's what Saul, like, Elbaph is savage. He's the world government when he's saying that, right? Like, there's a lot of, to say that the Giants are a nation that would be inclined to join the world government is kind of interesting. Considering, like, even, I mean, like, Loki's a little bit more radical, but he's like, I'm not going to be a world government dog. Right, and that's like the warrior mentality. Oimo and Kashi didn't look at their servitude at the thing. It's like, oh, we're getting employed. No, they're trying to save their captains, right? Like, I don't think that it's crazy to imply that Elbaph wouldn't care about giving up their freedom to the world government. They definitely care, and it's definitely mentionable. It's not burning down the library and burning down schools. The main
also,
thing
if
is
there's a war, like, we don't know what side they want, though.
I mean, they would choose Nika, but like
they would choose Nika. But like, if they don't know about Nika being here yet, like if like they know about Luffy, but they haven't seen his white form. Like, I don't even know if all the Giants know that he is the Sun God. Like, at this moment, like, sure, Dorian Brogy do, but like, you know, does every Giant?
But that's backing, like, the point of it is when he says, "You swear fealty to us." That, like, Vikings would hate that. You know, there's a whole Scandinavian wars, like, swearing fealty to like, what? Like, I think it'd be crazy to say that the only thing they'd be giving up is school and library. No, the biggest thing is what was emphasized and swear fealty to us, which is why I was saying, like, this whole negotiation thing is crazy because that's what the Giants are like. Like, of course they're not going to agree to that. The kids thing is one thing, but take it step by step. But when you throw in swear allegiance to us, that's a whole separate negotiation.
I think they do it.
Like, that would be in the question
kids,
of, like,
I mean, hell, Oimo and Kashi, they served at Eni's lobby for 50 years just to get Dorian Brogy out of prison.
But that's their captain.
Yeah, and these are their kids.
That's the person they've sailed the shit. They didn't. No, I'm not saying that the kids aren't important, but I'm saying to say that these kids. Well, okay, so this is what goes back to, like, what Gunko was saying with, like, the humanity.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what the measure of the hostage is, right? But to say, like, the captain of your ship is go back to Punk Hazard, right? Like, Zoro's not putting his life on the line for the kids. He's going to put his life on the line for Luffy, right? That's captain of your ship is very different than, like, kid. Yeah, we want to save the kids, but, like, to a certain extent, people had pushback against Nami, right? They were like, yo, how far are we going to go for these kids? Nami's like, we're going to go as far as we fucking can, right?
Yeah.
But like, when it comes to Luffy, they would all give up their lives unanimously, right? So that's where the Oimo Kashi thing, that's a whole separate negotiation. It's like, yeah, they're going to free their captain. They set sail to get their captain. Like that's a whole. They didn't set sail to free some random kids, and then they were like, "Oh, like your captain." You know what I mean? Even in that scenario, they would still give up their life for their captain. But then the other part of those two things, which was introduced, was the time aspect. There's no time aspect here. Dory and Brogy gave up 100 years because they're giants. 100 years is nothing to them. Oimo Kashi were told 50 years. That's nothing to them. This isn't a time frame. This is swear allegiance forever. There's no for 10 years until the war. There's nothing like that. That's what makes the Oimo Kashi double different. They had a 50-year thing and it was for their captain. That's way different than all of Elbaph on Jarul's shoulders deciding that one, but then also the rest of Elbaph. To the point,
but also like we don't know
the giants.
Like so, when it comes
right
to
here, are already disagreeing.
When it comes to King Harold too, like we don't know what he was trying to do, right? Like King Harold was an oddball case. He wanted to open up Elbaph. He wanted to do trade. He wanted to potentially, educate everybody with the schools, and he was working with the God Knights. We don't know to what extent, but the God Knights were here in the past. So for all we know, there's a chance that Jarul just remembers the good. Like, oh, maybe King Harold did want this, and this is the path that Elbaph should take.
It would be, so that would be interesting, like, if they were recognizable, right? Jarul would be the one character, 400 years, like if that would be the case, then they would be knowledge of the people that Harold had been speaking to. But from all we can tell is that Harold is doing this under the table, right? It wasn't a public info that the world government's frequenting Elbaph or that the God Knights are showing up. And if we're to take that route, that Jarul was familiar with Harold's overall intentions, that there was a world government peace thing, then that would be something that we don't know. But what I'm going back to is the part where it's like you were saying that like random giants would agree to this because maybe they like being with the world government. But like I'm looking at a panel where all the giants who matter, the giant pirates and the rest of them, they're already ready to fight. Doesn't care about the kids. You know what I mean? They're like, what? This is stupid. And they're like, we know where the kids are. Let's go save them. We're going to smash these guys. These are the biggest representatives.
Yeah, but I mean, it's Jarl's choice though.
Right. Jarul. But what I'm saying is Jarul's there's no enforcement. What is Jarul going to do?
I think they just...
Is he going to stop the giant? He's not going to stop these guys from running at them.
I mean, no, but what I'm saying is that like there's a chance that maybe they respect Jarl enough to just honor his decision.
Right, and
because he's like the oldest giant, and he's been around here. Maybe because he saw King Harold in his final days, and like we don't really know. I think that's kind of what I always go back to.
Right. So, but what you're saying there is that they would care about their allegiance, but they would listen to Jarul over that, right? Because you were saying that it's not a lot to give up. Library and school, whatever. I'm saying the allegiance matters, but you're saying that Jarul's decision would override them. And what I'm saying is that also in this situation, the only reason why it's overriding Jarul is because Sommers gives them the feeling that the giant pirates died or something, which is like kind of wild to like even assume. What did they say exactly?
He just said the giant ship went down.
Yeah, and what was Jarul said something?
He just says Dory and Brogy, I think.
Like what did Viz say? Let me see what Viz said.
He says no, Dory Brogy couldn't have.
Yeah, couldn't have. Yeah. Which is like he might be making the decision thinking that they're like out for the count, which would be kind of wild. I feel like even if you hear like their ship went down, it's like, okay, they're fine. I would defer to them, but that's my point is that the fealty thing is huge. That's like the emphasis. That's why the last thing he said, like and the fealty part, I really doubt that like there might be like some giants, but like for their kids, but you have to keep in mind that it's like there's 10 the parents sure swear fealty, sure, I could see that 100%. But if we're talking about like, I don't know, we see Huntsman Village, if we see like another village, we don't even know the inner workings of Elbaph to that extent, how much unity it is. Where we would like maybe the village that Jarul's at, sure. But there is infighting in Elbaph too. It's a warland. So it'd be interesting if all of Elbaph folds to Jarul over 10 kids, especially when half of the dichotomy of Elbaph is people have a Loki mentality. Loki is supposed to represent like that warrior mentality, and he was fine with sacrificing a few for the sake of his honor, right? And so the new age of Elbaph being like the peace thing, that's a newer thing. That's a like a last 20 years thing. But most of the people are probably more warriors thing. I mean, we got introduced to Elbaph with that kind of mentality with like Rodo, like, oh, humans are beneath us kind of thing. Like we talked about it before. It'd be interesting if the Giants had more people like that. And if more people were like that and didn't have the sweet backstory with Hiredin, you know, then it would make sense that they didn't care about the other people either, like a Rodo would have, or a character who is disconnected and also has the warrior mentality. And I guess that's what Oda's going to measure here, is how much of a warrior mentality all of Elbaph has. Because I would almost imagine that Jarul, you know, folding would be anti what his like, what would 150-year-old Jarul choose here, you know? What would versus a 400-year-old great grandpa, you know? Like I think that might be another thing that Oda would be measuring with that warrior mentality that like Usopp took a jab at and other people took a jab at, and now the Holy Knights are taking a jab at. But at least the warriors on screen, they don't care about the hostage negotiation. They don't care about anything that they said. They're like, no, you're not disrespecting us. We're not swearing fealty. We're just running at you. And I feel like I feel like more of the Elbaph is going to be should be like that. But I'm agree with you that Jarul has Oda's probably going to give a lot of umph to Jarul that I feel like we could have gotten earlier in the scope of, we talked about how like we don't know who's leading Elbaph, like who chose to close off the castle. It would have been so easy to say like, oh, Jarul decided that like the castle is off limits. And or it would have been very easy to have like a group of people that are like, oh, this is Loki's punishment. We're in time to treat. We've assigned that to nobody. So, and honestly, it sounds like Shanks has more pull into the inner workings because no one else on Elbaph could have stopped Loki without Shanks. So when it comes down to that, there's like 8 different reasons why it's interesting. Cause like, I don't know, when Jarul got introduced to the party, it like, they didn't defer to him. They respected him, you know? And it makes you wonder how far that carries on to the extent of like the rest of Elbaph. Hopefully you find out how big Elbaph is too, because we got introduced to 2 more villages, and surely there's more than that. So might end up being like Wakanda, where there's like the random village leaders on the side who are just like insanely strong. Could be something like that. So
yeah. I mean, I think Jarl's not going to fold immediately. I think he's going to take some time to deliberate, but when he sees the kids walking through the village, because the kids are going to walk through the western village right now, I think there's a chance they do just fold. I don't think it's a net. I don't think it's like a 0% chance. And when it comes to swearing fealty, like, yeah, maybe that there is like infighting there, but I feel like a good amount of Elbaph giants will follow what Jarl says.
Yeah.
And then like I said, we don't know how they feel about like the whole working for the world government or not yet too. Like, what if that's what King Harold wanted? Like, we have no clue. And then of course with King Harold, we don't know if he was good or bad. There's just too many what ifs for me to like actually say one or the other.
Do they have a way if Robin, Scopper, Chopper,
yeah, what's up?
Stop Sommers and Gunko, Killingham's at the school. How do they kill the kids if the kids are at the village?
I mean, I don't know. Like, are they gonna kill the kids right now, or is that gonna be a later thing?
That's what it like. Sommers is following them, right? Like, sort of like on that snake.
Yes.
But isn't the point like isn't Robin about to fight him? So like
I don't know if Robin's
like,
gonna fight.
what I'm
Okay,
saying
wait. Actually, here's a good question. Who do you think Robin is gonna fight? Because at the end of the chapter, you know, she leaves. Like, do you think she's going to fight Sommers, Gunko, Killingham? Like, where do you think Robin's gonna go?
Well, that's
because you just brought up a
meme,
Robin
right?
Sommers fight.
Well, I mean, Robin and Sommers were more proximal, but like the meme that was kind of funny was someone super chatted like, "Oh, Robin didn't care about the kids," but the moment the library got mentioned,
She went up,
perked up. Yeah, but like I can't like, does Robin just leave? Because Gunko's there. Gunko saw the Straw Hats that are all right next to each other. I can't imagine a world where someone leaves Saul's hair and is a Straw Hat and escapes the Holy Night without a fight. So then it's like Gunko would be there. And then Sommers is like going to one off the kids like via the snake. But I'd imagine that that's not going to go without a hitch either. Like Scopper's on the way too. So Scopper or Robin is going to stop Sommers and Gunko. And at that point, Killingham's all the way back there. So who's the one who's going to be one-offing the kids? Like, do they even... Because then we also saw how easy... It kind of was easy to take the kids off of the arrow. You just had to lasso them backwards. That was, like, there was no reason that stopped working. Like, Saul never said, like, oh, this shit doesn't work anymore. Like, from what we last saw, that does work. It bypasses the thorns. That is a successful way to remove the kids. So, like, you know, if anybody holds off the two God Knights that are there, it's not that hard to save the kids.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm assuming they're not going to kill the kids right now.
Right.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's going to be like later at maybe the Holy Land.
Well, if they're saying we're going to kill them one by one until you do the library thing, right?
Oh, that is true. So, I mean, if they're going to kill them one by one, why even walk them to the ship then?
That's what I've been saying. They're so wonky.
But that's why I think like they're probably just going to execute them at the Holy Land then.
Yeah, okay, so hold on, what did he say? He says that makes 9, hoping citizens hear them closely. Your school is completely useless war. If you do not, we will eliminate the brats one at a time. You make the call. That would be the time. Like, if you don't
be fair,
do it,
we don't know like the time frame. Like, I mean, if Sommers gave them a time limit, like, hey, you got 10 minutes and then we're going to start executing them one by one. But at this, if that's the goal, like, I think it would make more sense if he just kept them all in a room.
Yeah, but like the thing, if you were to kill all of them, right, that would be the thing. But the point would be kill one. You guys, we're serious. Burn down the library thing. If you don't do it, we're gonna kill another one.
Yeah,
that's how I'm reading it. I'm not reading it as they take them back to the Holy Land and then kill them one by one and hope that like that changes their decision. Because like the threat of one by one at a time sounds like they're gonna do that now, which is again odd. Which is what I was like, I couldn't put into words. I still can't, but like on stream, I was saying like there's like weird pockets in this where it's like, yeah, like you said, like put them in a room, or I thought take them back. That's enough of a threat, right? Like we're gonna.
I mean,
make them
like I said, we don't know
us.
how much time the Holy Knights are giving them. For all we know, it could be like a thing where they take them back to the Holy Land. They give them like a week, and every passing day you chop off a kid's head, send it back. Like, we have no clue. I think that's pretty much it.
Okay, so wait, hold on.
What's
right
up?
Now, you think that what he said right here doesn't mean he's gonna kill the kids right now, like one at a time.
I mean, he could kill one to make a point. But I'm just saying, like,
right.
If you want it to all make sense, like, oh, why? Okay, if he's gonna kill the kids one by one until Jarul submits, why even walk them to the ship at that point? You know, just put them in a room.
Yeah. Well, he's hoping that they agree.
Yeah.
They have to take him to the ship.
And the ship would take him back to the Holy Land.
Right. No, but you're saying why even walk on the ship if they were going to kill them one at a time? He's threatening the kids' lives. He's fine with taking two.
Okay. What I'm saying is that why take him to the ship if you're going to kill the kids one by one and you want an answer right now?
wasn't. Wait, hold on. Wouldn't it be the kill them one by one?
Yeah.
And you want the answer right now? Yeah. Wouldn't that be? It's like he's saying you have the
but
call.
I'm saying that we don't have a timeline though, Par. Like he's not saying like, hey, you have like the next 10 minutes or 1 day or 2 days. Like we don't know like the time frame in which he's gonna eliminate the kids.
You know, I just realized.
What's up? Because like if he wanted the answer right here, right now, then why would we even walk them to the ship to kidnap them, right? So that's why I'm assuming the time frame is longer than just a single day or just a single instance.
I just realized that there's no option to free the kids.
Yes.
So the Giants have, because they never said like, if you agree to us, we're gonna release your kids.
Yeah, they never say that. So that could just still be why they take them to the Holy Land.
So then, as a parent, that's crazy because that would be like, would you rather have your
hold them?
I mean, it's
just hold the kids until
twisted.
the end of the war.
Yeah, but you don't know. You would have no guarantee. Would you rather have your child be alive and tortured, or would you rather fight for them right now and have the chance of freeing them?
To be fair, you don't know. You don't know if they'd be tortured.
The hostage person has no qualms with killing them one by one.
But also you don't know anything about Sommers though. Like, what if he keeps his promise? Like, yeah, sure. Like the Elbaph Giants are doing, I won't torture them.
Yeah, but if you're dealing with someone you're negotiating with, and the first option they put on is killing your children, that doesn't give you. I don't know if he's a guy who keeps his word or not. Kind of, I'm not debating that. The guy who's about to kill my kids isn't the person I want to have them watching them. And if I have an opportunity to fight him now or swear my allegiance and bet on the guy who wanted to kill my kids one by one, the option's not really, because if he said like, we'll free your kids and you swear allegiance to us, that's a little bit different. But there's no option to free your kids.
Yeah, you keep the kids so that you make sure that they stay true to their word. Because I mean, there's very well you could say, yeah, we'll swear allegiance, and then next thing you know, you betray them. You know,
right?
Yeah, so I think it makes sense.
So that's why. No. Wait, hold on. You said that reverse. That's the whole point of hostage negotiation. You never negotiate with people that you can't tell that they trust their word.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't really have a choice.
Like if you,
the thing is that like they have the kids hostage right now, though. Like, yes, you can try to fight the God Knights, but the thing is, if you lose, what if they just end up killing your kids and killing your kids faster?
But so ultimately they die either way. Like that's kind of what the thing is.
If you don't trust the God Knights, yes. But they kind of have no choice to trust the God Knights.
But this is also the same thing as put my kid's voice on the line. Show me footage. They didn't do that.
I mean, they could. We don't. So they didn't really negotiate that yet. I mean, what if they do?
No, right, but we're talking about what's happening here. You're saying the same thing of like, like we don't know, but I'm saying at the moment, right?
You kind of just have to trust.
That's crazy. I don't know. I feel like if right now, this is the choice. It's like, give up my freedom and I don't get to have my kids and I don't know if they're alive. That's what the choice Jarul.
I mean, they're going to see that they're alive because they're going to walk by the village.
Not all of the parents.
Yeah, not all the parents, but Jarul will see them.
Yeah, Jarul.
And then afterwards, we don't know. Like maybe there's a setup where you can visit your kids at the Holy Land like once a week. Maybe there's like a phone call. Like we don't know the details.
The world government simp is crazy. When has that ever been? Dude. Oh, Boa, your Amazon Lily people, you guys can visit them. Let's forget what happened to Boa. Boa literally came back and was like, "Bro, I am so scarred."
Well, Boa wasn't exactly a trade for fealty. Boa was just a slave.
Okay, so then what would be there's no example. There's an example of swearing fealty to us. Okay. I'm thinking about it like slavery.
I don't think. I mean, I feel like if the Giants are
like when
allying with
Gunko
the world government,
asked it earlier.
I think
if Gunko said swear fealty to me, right, and Brooke said I swore my loyalty, fealty, loyal. That's why he says, be my slave. He said, I'm loyal to this person.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying, I'm looking at it as the same
So
thing
you think
here,
they're going
where
to enslave the
swear
kids?
fealty. I think that the whole point of their thing on Elbaph is you guys are like war slaves, are war children, are child soldiers. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't
that's
think
why
they're
they're
enslave
upset
the
that
kids,
they started
though. They want the adults.
Well, that's why they're upset that they started a school and everything. They want the kids to the gigantification on Punk Hazard, the experiment to make kids into giants, into soldiers.
Yeah.
Big Mom into children soldiers that are giants. So they do want the kids. I'm looking at as all of Elbaph is slaves to the world government in a even crazier setting than what Boa and them went to a certain extent, because they're straight up just soldiers. So that's wild. I like those are the examples. We don't actually have an example of the child soldier part, but it's crazier than what Boa and Kuma and all them, because they were hunted down for. But this is like, you guys have to go fight the wars.
I mean, the way I see it is that if the kids are like the bargaining chip, right? Then I think there is a chance that the kids are just fine. So you're
thinking that the Sommers, because you said it earlier, I just
hand their ass off to the Marines. Like, hey, take care of these guys. Don't let them out of your sight.
These are not the Marines, though.
No. What I'm saying is that I would just give them to the Marines at that point, because I want to babysit.
Give who to
the kids? The 10 kids they're kidnapping.
Yeah, but they've never done that. They've always
this is a brand new,
either hunted them, killed them.
This is a brand new endeavor.
So
this isn't like kidnapping Boa, right? This isn't like, oh, we just got a brand new slave we're gonna play with. It's like no, like
right, but
these kids are bargaining chips.
A brand new endeavor. The fact that you say a possibility is like, oh, we'll set up visitation hours and their kids will be fine. They literally, Gunko showed up here and was like, you guys are insects. You guys talk too long, so I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah,
they're not on equal footing at all.
Oh no, not at all.
So they're gonna treat them like insects. Why? Gunko literally said, "I don't even understand the hostage situation."
That's why I said that they should just pass them off then. Let the Marines take care of that. Do the heavy lifting and then just bring it over to the Marines and have them babysit. Or even throw the kids in Impel Down or whatever other thing they have.
Okay, but if the option was to put my kid in a world-renowned prison for life with like hardened murderers, like that's crazy.
Well, I mean, that's a joke, but also like I'm just saying, like, just put them somewhere where you can just watch over them, or have the Marines just watch over them.
And we've seen the way the world government has watched, celestial dragons have watched over populace. It's hunting them down, doesn't matter. So not celestial dragon, this whole conversation, even in the Navy on Egghead, they treated them like insects. They ate them. Like,
I mean, so this whole conversation kind of stems back to you just not thinking the Giants would want to take this offer, or like it would be.
But also,
yeah,
no. Well, this part of the conversation is I'm confused about why you think that a possibility is that the world government would be like benevolent.
I mean, I wouldn't even say benevolent. I mean, yeah, put them in a cave, but at least they're alive, though. My thing is that, like, if you're one of the giant parents, like, sure, you might fight for a little bit, but I think eventually, like, if you can't save the kids, you kind of just have to trust the word, like the word of the world government at that point, right?
Right, and then that's where I'm like, because
and then you kind of just hope for the best,
disregarding that the opening lines, we're gonna kill your kids if you don't listen.
Yeah, so that's extreme. But like, I mean, what are you gonna do? Like,
that's what they said.
No. I agree. What I'm saying is that what can you do about that though? Right? It's you can't exactly change captives. Like, this is the reality of their situation. Right, so, like it's not ideal to have the God Knights have your kids, but if you can't beat the God Knights and if you can't stop them, I mean, what are you gonna do?
And that's where I was bringing up the part about the Giants. Like, they're the warrior race, right? Like, we've seen, like, Loki as an example, as part of the radical side of the spectrum, is like, I will sacrifice my friends. This is the way things are supposed to be. And so as a populace, most of those people are warriors. And so we go back to like lines where it's like it's better to die standing than like on your knees. The question is, how far does it go with the kids? That's where I'm bringing up like the 10 kids in the grand scheme of things for an entire nation, right? Is that enough? That's where I'm going back. But
and they could have more kids too, because there's still like the second round of kids at the school. Like, we gotta remember, like Yilva, like Scotty, and all these kids, they were supposed to die in a fire, and they had like backup kids to go.
And it's it was funny, ironic for the Holy Knights treating them possibly well, but like from the Giant side, I don't see any inclination as to why they would ever assume that their kids would be like easily die trying to save the kids. At least because then the kids are what in the same boat. I mean, we don't know what the Giants like belief system is, but like it's kind of goes back to what like Jarul was saying in the flashback Big Moms, like dying in an honorable way is way more important than like anything. And so would living with giving up your kids and not fighting for them, like that's where that part comes into. So
I think
like,
they would fight. Like I said, I think they would fight, but I mean, if they can't win though, then they just give up.
The can't win part is death, is what I'm saying.
So you're saying they would fight to the death, and then they would just leave their kids
for
alone.
their kids. Well, at least the parents, if they're like, I would like, because the thing is, it's like, because like the options aren't.
But
what they're going to daycare.
What if you do fight to the death and then they kill your kids afterwards? Like, oh, you're fighting back. Okay, we'll just kill the kids.
Then it's the same. That's the same.
I wouldn't say it's the same scenario though, because like
that's why the hostage negotiation thing is so critical. Because if you don't like know the person, right, you have no.
I mean, if it's even like a 1% chance that the kid will be fine,
you know that the world government takes slaves. And they like that's
but you don't know if your kid's gonna be enslaved though. Like that's the thing. Like
fealty.
We've seen like the world government have slaves, but we've never seen like bargaining chips like this. Like if the Giants know that their kids are being mistreated and being slapped around and put in the coal mines, then I'd assume that wouldn't really work anymore.
Okay. I think another part too would be: do you think that Brooke would be treated well if he went with Gunko?
I think so. I mean, as well as they could. Like, I don't think the God Knights and the Celestial Dragons are gonna be bending over backwards for Brooke, but I think he'd be taken care of as like the best slave on the island.
Kuma was the best slave.
Kuma was a robot.
He was the number one slave.
Kuma was the number one slave whose whole MO was being the indestructible slave. Brooke being the musician is like a little bit different.
And they poked and prodded and played with that.
Yeah.
Kami, fastest swimmer. Let's like put her in the sharks. The prawn. Don't you have?
But also, this is different. I mean, this is a God Knight we're talking about, though. Gunko actually felt some heartbreak when Brooke turned her down. I think Brooke would be treated differently.
So that's where like the scope is interesting, because like I think that Brooke is interesting because he gives the value of the music that only Gunko seems to care about, right? But like with the kids and the things, they're not like the heartbreak that Gunko got would never exist, and there's no reason that the Giants would ever feel that they would offer that. If like Brooke as a slave or Gunko asked him to be a slave and he says yes, right? Like, yeah, he has like that value of like, oh, I'm a musician. I hope she doesn't kill me. I hope she doesn't torture me, because then you'd be like, oh, like I need my arms to play music and say that. But the Giants don't have that. And that's where it's like, I don't see, especially here, where it's like, even at the scope.
I mean,
of
I get what you're saying.
Right?
I get what you're saying, but my argument is just that not knowing and taking that gamble is better than just having the kids die one by one.
Right, but not no. So that's where it's like I'm interested, because like I think hostage negotiation. I think I was also bringing this up on stream too. Hostage negotiations, especially in fiction, like you see in like cop shows, they're usually like the same thing. It's not that complex. Oda he's complicating a lot of it, that I would argue that a lot of shows don't try to kind of like, they don't try to change up the recipe. You know what I mean? Like in Onigashima or Wano, that was a more like standard thing. And then that one is one of the ones where it's like Kaido was like, yo, you should have just fought me at the start, right? You shouldn't have gone through this negotiation for those people, because you should have just fought me because I was much weaker, etc., etc. So that's where Oda chose a more simpler one. And then he even kind of bagged on Odin for doing that, using characters on the other side. I would think that Luffy and them would have just continue fighting, wouldn't have danced, wouldn't have done all that stuff, and let Kaido cook, because that's a moment where he trusts Kaido, he trusts Orochi, right? But one of the things that was kind of was it like a backhanded thorn, I guess, in Odin's decision making, was Orochi, because Orochi, once like Odin and all that stuff came out, Orochi's like, you think I give a damn about these people? I don't care about like whatever. And that was like the shocker, right? Because like it was like, we'd hope that he wants a populace, he wants to rule over people. No, he doesn't care. He wants everyone to be tortured endlessly. And so if Odin kind of knew that more and didn't believe optimistically in Orochi, he probably would have just fought to the death, because the alternative isn't, it's not, I hope that it gets better later. The whole thing with Wano is like the 20 years of torture was worse than death. Yeah, they were alive, but it was worse.
Yeah, but
so
it's
kind of
different
crazy
from the situation in Elbaph. And I'd say that mainly because in Wano, Orochi actively hated Wano. He wanted to destroy Wano. Yeah, he didn't know that.
No, but they didn't.
No, exactly. And that goes back to what I've been saying, though. Like, we don't know much about the God Knights or how they would handle the situation.
No, but we do know, with Elbaph, we do know that their populace hates the world government.
No.
We do know that.
I'm not talking about the giants. I'm talking about like the celestial dragons onto the giants. Like, this is going back to like what I was saying about the kids. Like, what if they do treat the kids somewhat well because they're bargaining chip?
Even Loki gave us a good perspective of like celestial dragon approach. He doesn't know the Holy Knights. He just assumes, so you guys are scum of the world.
Yeah.
That's the Elbaph reacting to the people, the God's Knights, celestial dragons. They know that they're world government. They know that. That was their reaction in this chapter. So they're like, wait, this is the world government? Like, they know who they're dealing with.
Yeah.
It would be honestly different if it was like Loki as the proxy, because then it's like, but they know that Loki's fucking crazy. They know that Loki is the Orochi villain that got revealed later. But that's why the Odin situation was way crazy, because like it was off of like the goodwill. Oh, I hope that Orochi surely cares about Wano, but they didn't know that. With Elbaph and the world government, they know hundreds of years of world government, and they've never associated with them. Why? There's a huge hatred for them. Like that.
Yeah.
That's like a Elbaph thing. I feel like that's pretty standard. Like
Elbaph
it was like 4 giants.
Like I said, with King Harold, he's trying to change Elbaph. Like, we don't know if he was like maybe like a Otohime of Elbaph, where he really wanted to work with the world government and be with them. Like I said, we don't know too much about Elbaph politics. We don't know how the world government and celestial dragons would exactly work with the kids. Like, my stance is that there's too many unknown factors to draw any like big conclusions like that.
Dang, that's interesting. With like
yeah, Loki doesn't like the world government. Yeah, Dory and Brogy don't, but they're pirates, they're warriors. Like, not, I mean, we had an artisan village in this chapter. Like, we don't know like what King Harold was trying to do. Like, there's still just so many questions about it, and I can't like make any concrete decisions like that yet. Like, what is the best answer?
So the threat 100 years ago, Mother Caramel, 4 pirates were going to be executed, and the story was, for those 4 giants, the giants would wage war against the entire world government, right?
Yeah.
And like that's like when we're talking about like not knowing the reactions, like sure, maybe the artisan village would sit out of that war for the 4 giants, but I think like we are supposed to take that moments like that. This is the stance that the Giants
they would
for
fight
800
for
years.
they would fight for their guys. Yeah.
Yeah. And the the other separation here is like for me, I'm looking at it like, and this like, you know, for people listening, like the separation is like, do the Giants look at swearing their loyalty as a big deal? But separate to that, the kids, their lives, right? Like in the 100 years ago situation, it was an on-spot execution, right? And what you're pushing back on is that that's not the case with the kids. It's for some of the Giants, they may see that the world government could treat their kids fairly, okay, so that they maintain their loyalty, right? And you're basically saying that, well, it like I to a certain extent, I see what you're saying too about this part, which is that, well, if they kill the kids, they lose the leverage of the Giants working with them, right? So that's what you're saying. They have to treat the kids good, is what you're essentially kind of like going off of here, which is like, why walk them to the thing, because then you lose all the leverage, right? But then that also goes back to the other part where I think a whole section of viewers that you and I kind of haven't like addressed. A few people were mentioning this like on stream, which is like why do the Holy Knights need to do all this for when like 3 of them can take all of Elbaph, right? And like you and I both are like, well, Giants are Giants. They've always wanted Giants, so like they are that valuable. There is a recognition to the Giants' value. The question is like, how do they get them to agree while we have the power? Like, we're not equals, they have to agree to us, right? And that's where it's interesting, because it's like swear fealty to us. The threat could have easily been, they don't need to take the hostages. The threat is that if they can beat the Giants heavy-handedly, that's the threat, right? They wouldn't need hostages at that point. You know what I mean? Like that's where it's interesting, because like if the Giants lose anyways, the hostages don't matter then, right? Because then it's like, oh, the Holy Knights could just come any day and just take over, kill us all, right? So that's where it's also interesting in the scope of like the Giants' perspective. It'll be interesting to see what Jarul takes into consideration. I would like it. Like I like the scenario you put out where it's like the kids walk across the village before he has a chance to make the decision, because that would be a cool moment. I think that would fit. I am curious to see what role Oda gives Jarul in that scope. But this also goes back to something we were saying, like in the Dax video, that like Elbaph is like, it's not like Giants focus. We haven't gotten a lot of Giants focus. Maybe this is the time. Maybe this is where we get exposition on what the warrior mentality of Elbaph truly is. Because we've gotten the pirates, we've gotten Loki, we've gotten some of the kids, but we don't know what the pulse of Elbaph is, right? So that will be, I think, one thing that this moment does give us, this predicament that Oda created, is like a good way for Oda to expel a lot of the information that he's been holding off about the Giants, about Elbaph, and about the Holy Knights. And I just hope that the focus, like, it's a weird thing because like the Holy Knights are here, so I want Holy Knight focus, but the warrior mentality, right? Like they acknowledged it. Gunko said last chapter that the Void Century and these giant wars are largely molded by the Giants' participation. So I would want to see more about the Giants to understand the gravity of that participation, what they're capable of, what they've just chosen in the past, things like that. So hopefully we get more of that from this thing. Do you think that next chapter we get Monster Trio, or we continue here though?
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to this too, I think a really interesting route would be if the Giants do fight initially. I think they will fight back. I don't think it would go super well. Of course, like it all changes based on Scopper, Robin, and of course the Monster Trio whenever they show up. But if the Monster Trio never show up, and if we lose this, I could see the Giants or Jarul giving in after a good fight. After trying their best. And maybe this is where Harden and Usopp's dream comes in. Because Harden's goal is to unite all the Giants, right? Like, what if this right here splits the Giants? What if there's a bunch of Giants that believe like you, where, they have no reason to trust the world government? They're not exactly on their best foot. And then you have the Giants who want to wish for the best. Like, maybe they will treat them well. We just have to serve them for X amount of years. No big deal. We'll just go that route to save the kids. And maybe this is where we start an arc where Usopp's like, hey, Giants, I expected you guys to fight back. What are we doing? And then that is when they go on the mission to save the kids. I think saving the kids afterwards would be more enticing. And just bringing the Giants together in that manner. I don't know.
I agree with that. Where I'm at. That's what I thought originally was the place. Because when you said like, he's gonna bring them back then kill them, I was like, I don't really see that this chapter because of what he said. Because it sounds like he's doing it here. That's why he mentioned it while they're kidnapping them, right? But prior to this chapter, like you and I talked about, it would be very enticing for the Holy Knights to succeed, and like there would have to be some explanation to keep Luffy, Zoro, Sanji out of the equation. If it's just geography, that's kind of weird. But like I'm not sure what kind of like obstacle we could place where it makes sense that they're like completely separated, especially since they're with Loki, who knows that like there's danger on the island, and he just like doesn't let and it's every prerogative of him to stop them too. He hates them. He had the choice to handle the entire thing like his dad. In the scope of the Herald thing, like I think like if Loki Harold is in the same position as Loki, it might be that they agree. Harold agrees, but the difference is what you were saying of like maybe it's better for me to just agree up front and disagree in the back, right? Whereas Loki is just up front, like a Luffy type of thing. Like, no, I'm not gonna fake it. I disagree. This is disgusting, and so I'm not gonna agree. Not gonna even entertain the thing, right? Whereas Harold might have entertained it and been working in the background. I could see that. But like again, going back to the whole Luffy thing, the only like earlier, I think even on stream, I was like, dang, it would have been crazy if like the Holy Knights just whisked them away. It would have been crazy and insane if they were able to, under the noses of everyone, just whisk the kids away while like flexing on them too. And that would have been cool. And then, Luffy and them afterwards saves all the kids after failing immediately or initially. But then the question becomes is how do you keep Luffy out of the equation? So, and that's where I was like, does next chapter, do we talk about like Luffy? Because I feel like now is a good time to introduce the element that keeps Luffy out. If we keep Luffy out, I think like what you said, we get a very enticing obstacle.
Yeah, but I mean, like it all just ties back to can we keep Luffy out of this? Because right now, the way Sommers starts the message, we get like a panned out shot of Elbaph, and that could just be implying that all the Sun Realm hears it. But there is a chance that the underworld could hear this too. We don't know how loud this is. Like, does this go to every Den Mushi only? Is it a loud broadcast? Like, we don't.
They said that connection was limited though.
Yeah, connections.
So I would imagine that realm to realm, it's not connected.
Okay. Yeah, and I think that is going to happen too. Like, I don't think Luffy's gonna hear this because right now it feels like we're about to get the Loki backstory, and that can't happen if. If we just leave right away.
Yeah, like I feel like so building off what you said, the Loki backstory that paints Harold in a bad light. And then meanwhile, the whole predicament that the Giants are in, do we burn down Harold's prime achievement, the schools and the library? And so then it's like from Loki, we get the bad side of Harold, like the reason why he killed him. And it would kind of justify Loki's killing. But then, the underlying reason that you brought up of like, maybe Harold is doing as a facade. We start finding out that, Loki did see the facade that Harold put up. And it was so convincing that it convinced even his own children. and on the back end he was trying to undermine the world government the entire time, which would be exposed through like the Holy Knights progression of burning down the schools and interacting with the giants and whatever, and then we'd see the other side, right? Because like not ideally, sorry, that's the wrong word. Loki, we kind of said it, like he could have diffused the Straw Hat Hiredin situation by explaining like the Shamrock stuff, but he kind of didn't, and then waited, and he's like, I'm gonna burn down and kill everybody, and it's like, wait, the only route now is to fight, and then it went to the fight and it diffused and it fizzled. But Loki being like, Hiredin, you can't hear the trees for the forest, or do you believe those leaves, like that kind of thing. But the irony, or not irony, I don't even know what word it would be. It'd be like, wait, Loki, so you think that Harold was chosen by the world government to work with the world government to make the Elbaph like weak? Because that's not what they wanted. They wanted you guys to be strong. And so ironically, Loki killed like the person that was trying to undermine the world government, and Loki would have been unironically working for the world government by trying to maintain a warrior status. So like that would be a very interesting like sequence of how we get Harold. But it'll be interesting. The other thing I like too was the Jarul thing that you said. Like, we don't know how much Jarul knows about Harold's plan, and if there was anyone who knew, Jarul would be a good person. And then enters probably the biggest mystery I feel like that's left, that's so random, which is like Mosa. I wonder where he fits in all this. Like, do you think Mosa is gonna show up in the next chapter or two?
Yes.
Oh, wait, that's kind of crazy.
I think whenever we go back,
in what capacity?
I think whenever we go back to Loki, we're gonna see Mosa, current day.
Oh shit! Wait, that's actually kind of cracked. What do you think he looks like?
I don't know. So Mosa means hairy or shaggy. I'm expecting a really hairy, like Yeti Cool
Hagrid?
Brothers type giant.
Oh, it means shaggy?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, then he's a Yeti Cool Brother.
I'm expecting like not even just a Yeti Cool Brother, but maybe
Yeti
like
Cool
a
Daddy.
Sasquatch. A Sasquatch giant. Because Yeti Cool Brothers, that could just be because like they're at Punk Hazard, they're like white fur. So maybe this guy's like brown furred.
Wait, but then wouldn't that be weird that Loki's, because wouldn't those be dirty blood?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Loki hates that.
He doesn't necessarily hate it. He was just making fun of Hardin.
I think he doesn't like that, right?
So he called Hardin's mom a dirty-blooded giant, but I feel like that's kid stuff, you know?
But I feel like that maintained, right?
We don't know.
I guess.
Like, has he called? He's only called Hardin that. I feel like it's a little bit different.
But I mean, that's because Elbaph doesn't have the people. Like even
if Loki were to see, if Loki were to see
Hardin's mom,
Dorian Broggie, would he call them dirty blood giants too?
Wait, are they dirty blood giants?
Well, no. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that Elbaph is pure because that's the whole thing that but Harold faced.
I guess what I'm pointing out is that like I think it's different when you say it to like somebody you dislike or like a brother. Like just because he called Hardin's mom dirty blooded doesn't mean he thinks all of them are dirty blooded. It could just be like a Hardin specific insult.
Yeah, but he didn't say. Yeah, but he could have said Hardin has dirty blood. Because that's what I was also saying.
It's like a Yo Mama's joke.
Hardin has dirty blood.
There's a reason a Yo Mama's joke hits harder than
Yo Mama.
Yeah, like it's one thing.
That's a Yo Mama's filthy lesser than being.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like you call a kid like, oh,
yeah,
kid, you're fugly. It's like, that's one thing, but like, hey, your
Yo
mom's
Mama
fugly.
Is so fat is different from Your Mama's genetically inferior. Like
yeah, it's like the same thing in One Piece world.
Crazy Yo Mama joke.
Same thing in the One Piece world. But
yeah, so okay, so you
we don't know Loki's stance on other giants outside of Elbaph yet. Like I don't think him dissing Hardin is like a great indicator. Like sure, we could like say like there's a likelihood that he thinks this way about every giant not from Elbaph, but it could just be kids being kids.
Interesting. I took it as like, because there's a whole system that prevented Harold from bringing his mom or the wife, his wife, the king. And Loki is a part of that mentality that prevents any dirty blooded person from being on the, like, especially the queen. But like the fact that he got married, the king couldn't bring his wife. This is wild. Oldest son, first son, couldn't bring the mom. I looked at it as Loki is a part of the discriminatory there, which Oda hasn't really expanded on.
Yeah.
Like the the Roto thing with the human stuff seemed to have negated when like they saw Jinbei, for example. Like they kind of looked at him as novelty, but like I look at that situation, I'm like, that's interesting because like what is the scope of the racism? Because we do know that it does exist from Saul, but Saul had like a reversed because Saul's from outside of Elbaph and called them savages, but we don't know Elbaph's mentality. And you are right to a certain extent, like Loki could just be being a kid, but I hinge that more on that moment when they saw Jinbei, right? Like if they're not racist to Jinbei, would they be racist to like a hairy big giant? I don't think so, right? Like that'd be kind of weird.
Yeah.
But they are racist to it's like reverse racism because Harold did it to himself. The ancient giant bloods. We see kids and adults with the horns, doesn't seem like they have any issues. No one looked at Johanna and was like, "You filthy ancient giant blood." Of course you don't have parents. Like none of that shit, right? So like it is interesting. I hope Oda gives us more, but that relies on Oda expanding on Elbaph, which I guess let him cook. But it the Holy Knights like kind of pushed the envelope a little bit with how fast we have to move through some of these things. Yeah, flashback. So you think flashback next chapter or no?
I think we get more of Robin. I think we get more of Robin and Scopper, and then I think that afterwards, maybe like sprinkled in between, we'll get like some Loki backstory.
Gotcha. Yeah, I could see that. Maybe. Do you think we off-screen Scopper fight?
No.
Hopes. I hope we don't. That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
That would be crazy.
I don't think Oda would want to do that. I mean, like, how many chances are we gonna have of Scopper fighting, right? I mean, I guess you could say the same for Rayleigh. Like, Rayleigh didn't fight Blackbeard, but we already saw what Rayleigh could do against Kizaru. So I think now is gonna be Scopper's time to shine. Just like a couple of good clashes, and that's it.
Yeah, a grim crowd. What was his move called again?
Yaso Takeru, 1,000 warriors or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I wonder what Scopper would do. Scopper's different. I feel like if they tried to kill Colin, Scopper would be able to stop it with like some crazy hockey technique, but we will see.
You think Jarul defers to Scopper?
Jarl defers to Scopper. I don't know how he would be able to.
Did, right?
Like would he go like run over to Scopper and just like chill? Like, hey, Scopper.
Oh yeah, he's grouped in with the giant pirates. So like when the ship goes down and he's worried about them, he probably no. But that's why it's weird. It's like in no world is Scopper out of commission from a ship going down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Jarul, like I want to see. Like I think Jarul's like prerogative right now is like, all right, I just need to stall. I need to stall for like Scopper to show up. That'd be silly because like giants relying on Scopper. That's something that would cause some hate. But like low key, that's their best option, right? Is Scopper stronger than them, right? There's not a giant besides Loki.
Yeah.
Is there? Or do we think that? Yeah.
Scopper's like their number one.
Yeah. So like, would it be crazy if they deferred to Scopper? It's like, all right, let Scopper cook. Let's wait for Scopper. You know, maybe they do that.
Yeah, but also like if they would defer to Scopper and then they're about to kill Colin, and let's say crazy scenario, Scopper can't defeat the God Knights, or he can't save Colin, then I mean it's boom.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like They at least let Scopper try before Jarul agrees. You know, like rather than them fight, they're like, all right, if Scopper can't do it, then none of us can.
Yeah.
You know, like that kind of thing.
Yeah, just call it there.
Yeah. Colin. Sorry, Colin.
Yeah.
Forgot.
So,
Oh.
outside of that, do you think that Scopper's going to run into Sommers first? I guess that's like the dream matchup, right? Like people have been talking about Scopper and Sommers for a while now. I even held a poll, and Sommers won by like, I think 50% comparative to like Gunko and Killing. I don't think anybody, I think like maybe 4% voted for Gunko. Like people really just want Scopper to run against Sommers.
Yeah, I think Sommers just makes sense. It's like they're polar opposites in terms of ideology, so put them against each other.
Killingham is the weird one because he feels like so, I wouldn't say detached, but he's just so far away.
He's also just like normal. I said this before. He feels like Oda hasn't given him anything like devious. Besides I need to find something spiky to smash Kiba on. Besides that, he hasn't been like drooling over torturing the kids. He's like, yeah, it's a mission. You know? Like Gunko was out here like when they were talking about the fire, Gunko's just like I'm making this part up. She was just like, I can't wait for their bones to sizzle in the hellfires of Elbaph. Like it was kind of like that, you know. And Storm was like, "Yeah, that's my shit." And Killingham was like, "Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go to school now and kill some giants." Like he's kind of like straightforward. Yeah, I think Sommers makes the most sense. Scopper versus Sommers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and plus, like, I think Scopper does have like the best arsenal of attacks against him too. Like we haven't seen a lot of what Sommers can do, but like being able to send like the flying slashes and that's like your bread and butter. That's like perfect against somebody who controls vines and thorns. So yeah, it work. And then plus this guy has like a Kanabo too, like a thorny Kanabo that he whipped out once. It's like maybe Scopper has experience fighting that because he, you know, obviously God Valley Kaido was there, so maybe he clashed. And he's like, oh yeah, fought this before.
Was Jupiter on God Valley? We saw Saturn, and I'm forgetting if there was another.
No, it was just Saturn.
Jupiter wasn't.
He could have been,
Jupiter
but we didn't see Jupiter though.
Jupiter's shepherd, so that's related to Sommers. We don't know how. Brother, father. The age immortal thing makes things weird.
Yeah,
but because that's another reason why Sommers makes a lot of sense because. Well, actually, no. It would make a lot more sense if Jupiter was on God Valley because then Scopper had fought him. But I imagine the Shepherd family. No, they're not that rate. All the families, like Scopper has likely seen all of the families, at least the combative families. So
yeah. And that's what's
so
fun
Gunko
about it too.
might be interesting.
He could like drop some
probably
lore.
Doesn't. Yeah, Gunko would be interesting because then he wouldn't necessarily have any familiarity with Gunko because we don't have an inkling of her family
unless he knows
if she has one.
Unless he knows like what she is. Like, oh, you're different from the others, or you know, like a one-liner like that. Be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So next chapter, Scopper, Robin, please show how. Please do your thing. I think we're pretty much on the same boat there. The Nightmare Wives are pretty funny. I guess we could end off on this question. Would you rather want the Giants to beat their wives, or would you rather like somebody else come in? Because I think it would be cool if like the real housewives came in and like started beating them.
Yeah,
just lady on lady action.
I was also thinking, during this chapter or this conversation, I was actually thinking about an alternative to that, which is that like the dream. I love the name. Did the Viz translate it as dream demons? Because that was pretty dope when I saw that. Because like. That's like a phrase that sounds like it should exist, like normal, but it's not that common because demons usually get associated with nightmares. You rarely say.
Oh, did they change
demons,
it?
Right. So, I think they changed it. Where is it?
That's so funny, dude.
Yeah. Wait. Where did they say dream demons?
I don't remember. I didn't read the Viz. So wait, who said? Wait, was it Killingham who said dream demons, or was it the Giants that said that?
Let me see. Okay, so I'm on TCB. Who's that? Sommers.
Because all I know is that the Viz originally called Killingham's spawn. They called it the Sleep Tids.
Sleep Tids?
Yeah, like sleep cryptids.
Yeah.
And I was like, it's not, I don't know, man. The Viz is just so funny.
Wait, I don't know where the Dream Demons line is.
You can never
Is that
really
last chapter?
pinpoint where the Viz is going to go with their translations. One minute they got this one, the next minute it's something else. But I mean, even in Japanese, it's like a weird, like, made-up word. It's like, what is it, Mumon or something like that? Muma? Or it's supposed to be like a play on, like, Pokemon demon captured things, so... Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of room for interpretation.
Harley text, too, I think.
Yeah, so...
I think there was, like, someone interpreted it as, like, something like Mon, something.
Yeah.
Which, that's interesting.
I don't see Dream Demon anywhere, Par. I'm looking at...
No, it definitely said...
Viz right now.
PCB. Was it last chapter? I definitely remember reading Dream Demons. They are, because I know that
essentially
they
Dream Demons. Wait, so who changed it? Was it TCB or Viz?
Well, so I know, because there was like a few typos. So while on stream, I was telling Fiso, I was like, "Oh, this thing's a typo. This thing's a typo." So he was like, "I'll change it." So they change things like pretty quickly sometimes. So I don't know if like they changed the Dream Demons to something else, and I just can't find it.
Yeah.
Was it last chapter?
I don't know.
I feel like it was this.
But either way, like the Dream Demons, Sleep Tids, Mumas, whatever you want to call these guys, they're still really cool. It looks like Killingham can just pull out just so many of them too. Like there's not really a cap.
Yeah. So what I was gonna say was about the moms, the wives, and fighting them. I was thinking it'd be crazy if the moms saw their kids and then like mothering mode got activated.
Oh, yeah.
And that like the moms, even as a nightmare, they still like protect their children. And like that would be crazy because like I wonder
like if they have like a will
this
of
is
their
like
own.
a that and like if killing, because like this is like a, surely they're not testing this out all the time. How many times has like Killingham has interacted with a mass population where the kids like are dreaming up their worst nightmare because a random independent factor had them draw them right before, and then like a lot of them pick their moms. Like how many people fear their moms to like Elbaph, because like Elbaph has like the warrior thing, it's like the Viking stuff, you know, like the
so it's kind
mom
of like
stuff
the
being
Sindri
like,
stuff where like her shadow kind of fought back a little bit.
yeah, I wonder if that's like a route where Oda goes, where like the moms are like cracked out hulking because they see the husbands, and then when they see the kids, it's like a little bit different, you know, like they're still cracked out hulking, but they're like protecting the kids.
Somebody brought it up.
And it might backfire.
It's pretty cool, but like 1,000 chapters ago is when we got Sindri too. It's Thriller Bark.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that is true.
Yeah, I got some aficionados out there.
Not 1,000 chapters ago.
What's up?
That's not 1,000 chapters. That's 600 chapters ago.
Oh, 600. Yeah. 600.
Yeah, but it is, I think, on the dot maybe, because Thriller Bark starts 446, I think, because 440. Damn, I'm forgetting, because the Straw Hats just got the ship. Oh wait, no, it's after 460. 460 is when Thriller Bark starts, I think. Yeah,
I like the Thriller Bark callback.
Yeah, I mean,
arc.
there's more than one for sure. See, where was Dream Demons? I swear, I'm gonna go back down the stream because I saw it there.
Yeah, you'll find it one day. And with that being said, though, guys, stay tuned to see if Par finds the Dream Demons. I'm sure he'll have it for the next stream, or maybe next podcast. Maybe he'll like write it. Actually, you can message it to me if you find it. We can hit that up first thing. But yes, thank you guys so much for being here. We really freaking appreciate it as per usual. And you guys take care. Hey, Par, any final thoughts?
If you were a kid, I had a question.
Yeah.
If you were just one line, because I think I know the answer. If you were a kid on Elbaph, would your mom be one of the Dream Demons?
No, because it's not like a fear or like a nightmare.
Yeah. All right, yeah. I mean, my final thoughts. Hopefully you guys.
What would yours be? Wait,
Uh,
would your mom be up there?
Dream Team? Nah. Dang, Fears was interesting. I didn't really like.
I think we talked about it before, like what would we have? I just pick like a generic ghost, but even then it's like not like super scary. Like especially in the broad daylight like this, I don't know. A room full of kids, friends. It's like, ugh.
I feel like if I went to elementary school, or I went to elementary school. I mean, if I was in elementary school and my teacher was like, draw the thing you're most afraid of, I feel like little me would be like being broke and having bad grades, like those two things.
Broken bad
like
grades.
That would be yeah. If I chose little me, because it wasn't really like, because like my dad was strict and all this stuff, but like the fear he implanted was like, you'll be nothing if you get less than an A, and then also you'll also be nothing if you have no
I'll
money.
grind your bones to dust. Yeah.
Yeah. And I already have cancer, so it's like, what would that fear be? You know, the same thing. Imagine that.
It'd be funny if, like,
my
as a
biggest
kid,
fear.
you drew cancer and then it came to life. That's where it all started.
Yeah.
You manifested it. The power of wishes.
That'd be crazy.
Belief.
Yeah, that would be wild. I should look back. I think my mom pulled out my old drawings one day.
Yeah, see if there's like a picture of like a virus just laughing.
Yeah,
just
like
staring back at
I think
you.
I do have one where like stitches on my neck. I might have had that.
Huh. I'm trying to think.
That'd be crazy.
There's nothing like overtly scary. Well, I guess like, I mean, it's just general concepts like being in the middle of the ocean, I guess, you know? But I feel like that's like normal.
Yeah.
But how would you can't draw that, and killing him can't bring it to life.
Imagine if he could.
How would he? Well, maybe it's like a fear and hunger enemy.
The One Piece world is actually just emu's fear alive, just endless water. That's why they stay at the top of the Grand Line.
I think what would be really creative is if they went the Chainsaw Man approach, where like the demons are like abstract versions of like the fear that they represent. Like I think there's one like the falling devil, or it was something like that. And it's like this, it's like a hanging man demon. And it's like, that was kind of cool. Dang, I think those demons are pretty awesome, actually. Wait, killing him. I got some ideas, man.
Yeah. Oda,
please.
We have higher.
Yeah, talk to Fujimoto for a second. Those demons are kind of sick.
Final thoughts. Oda should hire Sai as an editor.
No way. That'd be too much work. But yeah, we'll catch you guys next week. There should be a chapter, I think. It is a break week for the magazine, but with how it usually goes, we get the chapter anyways. So if that happens, we will be back. But if not, you guys could expect possibly a 50-50.
Awesome.
Yeah, we're bringing it back, guys. But we'll catch y'all later. Peace out.